Hey, stupid. I have depression, you dumb fuck. I actually have it. I know what it feels like, alright? So, if you disappeared today, no one would care. I have depression. I know what it feels like. I actually have it, you dumb fuck. I know what it feels like. Slow day, all day, I'm depressed. Record low views, thumbs down, I'm depressed. I have depression. I have depression. Whale tail, I'm drinking and I'm thinking, but I have this nagging in the back of my head that's telling me you're a loser. You have no power over anyone on this planet. You're the epitome of a waste of life. Hey, stupid. I have depression. I know what it feels like. I actually have it, you dumb fuck. I know what it feels like. Slow day, all day, I'm depressed. Record low views, thumbs down, I'm depressed. I have depression. I have depression. I have depression. I know what it feels like. I actually have it, you dumb fuck. I know what it feels like. Slow day, all day, I'm depressed. Record low views, thumbs down, I'm depressed. I have depression. I have depression. Fuck, you stupid loser. You think you know anything about anything in real fucking life? You know nothing. We're getting lost. Who?
Hello, no one is available to take your call. Please leave a message after the tone.
You don't just get to say and do whatever the fuck you want on this planet without consequences. You know, consequences have actions, pimp. So, it's this simple. Stop being a bitch. Let's do it. Ooh.
Pussy face goatee, you can't speak to me. Transplant hairline trip, you can't speak to me. My services cost.
My bands.
Band.
My bands.
Symmetrical jawline, crispy hairline, chisel, crispy complexion. It's the gym daily, body to kill for. Peanut butter skin. Focus on your sexy, bro. This shit's looking real poverty, bro. Bro. You looking real pale and shit on stream, like. Pussy face goatee, you can't speak to me. Transplant hairline trip, you can't speak to me. My services cost.
My bands.
Band.
My bands.
Bro.
You fucked up because you took the first step towards a public view. Crispy hairline, crispy jawline. You're not crispy, dumbass. You're crisp. My streams are clean. They don't have a bunch of butter on the screen. Look at my face. It's fat. It's oils. It's grease.
Pussy face goatee, you can't speak to me. Transplant hairline trip, you can't speak to me. My services cost.
My bands.
Band.
My bands. And block me. My bands.
Band.
My bands.
Bro.
My name is Richard.
I am Darkside Phil. Oh my god.
I really need to make this fucking money.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money. I'm done. Why am I poisoned? What? Why am I toxic?
It was fucking lonely.
Why am I toxic?
It was fucking lonely.
Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. Phil's a loser. Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. Phil's a loser.
I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I just can't do it.
But why are you doing this to me?
I just can't do it.
Real talk, why? Anybody who says they have bad luck. Anybody who says they have bad luck. We made $1 and lost 1 subscriber. So you guys earn 3 minutes of commercials. I don't spill my fingers. I touch my face. Did something that's a twitch. Did something that's a twitch. Got no bitch in my blood. 0 bitch in my blood. Honestly, straight lie at people's faces. I don't spill my fingers, right? That was my depression. I need that money. Pay my bills, electric bill, the internet bill. That was my depression. I need that money. Pay my bills, electric bill, the internet bill.
I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I just can't do it.
But why are you doing this to me?
I just can't do it.
Why am I toxic?
It was fucking lonely.
Why am I toxic?
It was fucking lonely.
Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. Phil's a loser. Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. Phil's a loser. Big Stupid Richard.
Mówi mi, że nikim nie będę. Dopiero gdy nikim nie byłem. Dopiero gdy nikim nie byłem. Dopiero gdy nikim nie byłem. 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 Byłem.
Buddy, thank you for showing up to my grand master plan. You all got scammed, like I said, if you were here early enough. I was only pretending to stream today. I'm actually turning this shit off. And you did exactly what I fucking wanted the whole time. I played you like marionettes. I say jump, and you all do it with no questions asked. You're all peons, is what I would say if I was fucking retarded. But that's not true, because I'm actually here to stream. I ran my ass off this morning to make sure that I would be here on time, because the snow has come down like mad around here, and we did 60 hours this week for it. Hell yeah, brother. But we're still here because DSP went absolutely, he lost his mind. He lost his goddamn mind. We're doing the king snake thing again, as if it ever worked the first time, as if anybody believed it whatsoever. We're just gonna do it again. We're gonna pretend like we were pretending to be retarded the whole time. Yes, he went nuclear. I know, and it was really obnoxious to sit in my snow truck and move from point to point and listen to this guy be the biggest idiot he possibly could be. But of course, I can't start at the most fun part. I can't do it. I'm gonna make you all suffer. Because if you've forgotten, I know it seems so long ago now due to all of the recent goings on, but the guy actually started the week by playing a game he didn't like, or a game he liked but the audience didn't like because he didn't receive money for it. It's a little complicated, I guess. It's not really. And it was Hytale. Y'all forgot that he hated Hytale, that he complained about it the entire time he was playing it, and then went on to the night stream to complain about it then, and then had an entire 40-minute business meeting the following day. Well, guess what? I'm going to remind you, and we're going to watch at least the first and latter half of that. I might not make you watch the night stream bit.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Let me tell you something, brother. Am I a plow truck driver? No, those guys got it fucking easy, brother. We shovel the sidewalks. I had to have moved at least a ton of snow the other day. In one day, we literally pulled a double. I wanted to jump, but it's cool. We made it. It's fine. I'm not going to complain about it too bad.
Snort, snort.
I got the drip. Go.
All right, well, listen, we just played for an hour. I'm curious what's everyone's initial thoughts about Hytale. For me, my initial impressions are very
I'm a
simple.
shoveler, hard
It's
R.
Minecraft,
I
but
can
it's
say it 'cause I
polished
am
and has
one.
a lot more to it. You know, when Minecraft came out 15 plus years ago, it was, you know, an early game. And then over the years, it developed, had more features added, has modded, you know, to high heck. This feels like a more style.
I almost forgot. Thank you so much, Sid the Stoner, who super chatted $2 during the music, saying King Snake Part 2 Begaloo. I agree, and I'm really excited to get into it. I even went out of my way to get a reading of the text messages sent to one LTG so that I don't have to read them for you. But I did want to give you the full recap, of course. And thank you, Infamous Chaos, for the 2 right now, saying welcome home to the nuclear bunker. Big ups. Welcome home indeed. Oh, and we're back to begging for the goal. I'll show you that, of course, as well. We'll get there. We'll get there.
The graphics are definitely more polished. It's got, like, the combat has a lot more to it. With the blocking, dodging, super attack building up, different kinds of weapons, it looks like. And there's more elements right now. Like, the cooking is really cool. And I
we love cooking.
Stuff. I like that. So
actually, the only bit of the game that DSP even seemed interested in whatsoever was the cooking. The second he saw that there was recipes in the game so that you could make like fucking pumpkin pie, he was like, oh man, that's really unique and interesting. Oh my gosh, wow, this is really cool, guys. Way different than Minecraft.
I guess the question is, are people looking for another Minecraft? Because this is what I was saying to my audience before we started playing today.
Sparrow's cat, he tried to go straight to fishing, and people kept begging him in the chat, whatever dent that was. Thanks for that, because he kept trying to do fishing, and he had to keep telling the chat, guys, there's no fishing poles. I don't know how to make a fishing pole. There wasn't one in the crafting recipes. I didn't see it. So-and-so keeps asking for fishing, and I don't think it's in the game, man.
This is great if it's a better version of Minecraft, say, but the question is there a desire for that when Minecraft can easily be modded to add features like this, right? Would you pay to play Hytale when you could just mod Minecraft if you already have it?
Yeah, but DSP didn't do any cool mods, so what fucking difference does it make to him?
PC. So far, I actually like it, and I'm going to split the part because we've been playing for an hour, and I'm going to go back. We'll come back. We'll probably build our first house, like see what we can do, chop down stuff, build a house, fencing, you know, basic stuff there, maybe the farm. Go from there. Like, that's definitely what you would want to do first time around when you're playing, like day one activities, right?
Right. Yeah,
so,
no, I agree.
Now, the thing is,
and if you watched DSP play Hytale, which I watched the whole thing, by the way, I was even one of the people that was totally trolling his poll. Of course, I was trolling because I wasn't. I was not trolling. I was going to try and cop to it, but it's just not true. I didn't want to see Street Fighter 6 nor fucking Call of Duty. I went out of my way to my account that is not banned in order to vote in the poll to continue to watch Hytale, because at least that was entertaining to me.
God. How can you kill a god? What a grand and
Thank you all.
innocence.
But if you watched DSP play Hytale, you'll very quickly realize that he has no fucking clue how to play even Minecraft. He doesn't know the very basics. He doesn't understand the things that he's supposed to do right off of the bat, like you know, set a spawn point or ensure that he has some sort of food, you know, source that he can rely on reliably. I'm gonna say. And he also died and then expected to go back to his inventory drops like 30 minutes later and them still be there, as if Minecraft doesn't work the exact same fucking way by just despawning your items after a set period of time. It's actually kind of crazy how he didn't even understand the basics of the game. But he's played hours upon hours upon hours. And Papa Vera was even there. A lot of fucking help he was. I think you Crooked Hound for the 5, saying could be shoveling horse droppings and you'd still be contributing more than the guy. Oh, I agree. Big ups, real working class. Okay, but think about how hard it is to play video games all day, guys. That's real blue collar work. I don't want to hear about shoveling snow or horse shit or whatever. No, the guy works hard, of course. I don't want to take his credit. I think you Sid the Stoner again for the 2, saying if he makes a goal, game is good. If not, game is bad. This is true. This is true in the way that it's always been. We just have to obfuscate a little bit, even though he's so quick to default to saying goal. Again, I'll show it to you in a minute. Vaporware 336 with the 25 months saying my memory is pretty shit, but 8 months passes and we're putting our hand back on the hot stove. This guy's a bit of a dork and a dweebus. I agree. Nice dweebus. I like that. It's like we should start using pipsqueak again. I like that.
There is
even
a lot of content missing in the game. Right now, this is just a very basic start of the game. We don't know what else is in it. There might be a lot more. They said there's 240 items that are discoverable right now.
Mm-hmm.
But there's supposed to be a lot more to it. You saw I said we're work in progress right when we went through that teleport at the temple. And there's a whole adventure mode that I guess is supposed to have like a full story that's not in the game yet. So that definitely can be added as well. So I guess the question is, does this warrant $20 for you right now? You can buy more expensive editions of the game, but early access, if you're looking for Minecraft but more polished and a few more interesting elements like more refined combat, that's what this game looks like it is right now, which I didn't really know. I didn't really know much about it. Just it looked like Minecraft, and it definitely plays like Minecraft. So
he could have known far more about this game by just looking it up. I kind of get irritated when he shows up to games and then acts brand new because he doesn't know anything about them whatsoever. Even like just looking at the promotional art or watching a trailer or reading even like reading what somebody who had hands-on early, or reading what the dev says on Twitter. Like these are all things that you can do for games without actually spoiling yourself and still remaining pretty fresh. But of course, that's too much work for DSP. Knowing things is work as far as DSP is concerned. And he can't do work until he's clocked in on the live stream and he's getting his kick CPM or whatever the fuck and his goddamn ads. Until those are running, we're not allowed to learn.
I'm curious what you guys thought. All right, so thanks for watching this early access preview of Hytale. What I'm actually about to do is I'm going to take a break. I'm going to ask my audience, do you guys want me to keep going? Some of the audience seems to like it, and the other part, people are like, no, we don't like it. So I'm curious. I'm going to ask them, talk to them. In fact, you know what? Before we even start, what do you guys think? Let's ask, right? What is everyone's opinion? So Dabhand says, I'll come back to this in 6 months or something. The devs literally yesterday confirmed they have now already made enough money for 2 years of developments from the pre-orders, and they're going to work on it.
Great.
Rogan
Thanks,
says there's already
Dabhands.
servers and modding already. Everyone's working on this right now. Lord Humongous says do fishing, but I don't know how to fish. Like,
oh, there we go. That's who it was. Lord Humongous can get fucked, by the way. The more I hear that name from his chat, the more I realize this guy needs help. Like serious help. He's a problem.
Like,
he's a
no
menace.
fishing pole. Maybe you can get one. I don't know. Everyone on the Kick side is basically saying that the game is boring, but Kick complains about everything. Those are kind of like the troll element of my content. So I take everything they say with a grain of salt.
Right. And why do we have him around?
You would watch more. Secret Hook says, yes, do more exploration, get a base started. Isaac says, well, you can come back to it later, but for now, it just doesn't seem like there's enough to hold a playthrough or anything. From what I'm seeing, it's basically
for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. Big ups.
It's bare bones Minecraft, but with some interesting elements that Minecraft doesn't have, right?
Right. This is the entire, and I understand why this is the case. Hytale is just Minecraft, guys. It's just Minecraft with a little bit of polish, with a reskin. It's Minecraft with a couple of mods. I understand, but it really is giving Tainted Grail is just Skyrim, and fucking Metroid is just Halo. Like he doesn't have anything else to compare it to. He's never played a block-based game in this way other than Minecraft, and he really can't point to anything specifically. He just says it's like the thing, but slightly different without giving specifics. Awful, terrible.
Off the bat, I like that there was cooking.
Oh shit,
like you can make your own meals in the game, like different cooking items, right? And maybe figure out some variety of like recipes and stuff. Dabian says, "Well, I just don't know if there's much to see right now. I definitely revisit it later." Yeah, we don't know yet. We haven't, we've only played for an hour. But the thing is, I'm gonna read the vibe of the room. If the audience is saying, yes, do more, I'll do more. If they're like, nah, we saw what it is, that's fine. That's our first taste. Come back to it later. I come back to it later. I don't really...
Is the game passing the vibe check, you guys? Let me know in the chat. Let's, you know what? Let's set up a poll. Is the game passing the vibe check?
You know what you guys want.
No trolls, of course, are allowed to vote. Start, check their IDs.
But see, this is exactly what I was saying earlier. The bottom line says,
hey,
if you want Minecraft, just play Minecraft with the infinite number of mods in there. It has more depth. Right? There you go. That's kind of what I was saying, is that Minecraft already has mods that would probably add all this stuff. So do you need Hytale when you already have Minecraft, right?
Right. And that's what people said before the game even came out. That's what people said the day it came out, before DSP played it. And then they said that the whole time that he was playing the game. And he thinks that by saying it out loud on his stream, this is some revolutionary new insight that only he has provided. This is new information to you guys. Just waiting around. Just sitting.
Okay. All right, well, we'll see.
We're
I'm going to split the part here.
Vibe.
At the very least, this is my first look. I hope that you guys enjoyed the first look. I think it played well as well. Like, I want to make that clear. Like, it actually ran really well on my PC at 4K. It was incredibly good graphics, smooth. Everything looked great and performed well.
If the game ran bad, we got a fucking problem. Like, I know it's a common thing for games to run like shit. Now,
there you go. Let's see.
I'll
ask the audience
terribly,
what they want. We'll go from there.
Fucked.
But at the very least,
no
at least you got a nice first look of Hytale here on early release day, or I should say early access day. And maybe you can make a judgment for yourself if this is something you're interested in. Keep in mind, that was the exploration mode. There's also a crafting mode where you make your own world. Like, you make your own map and everything. You plan it out and do stuff. So if you're more of a crafty person who wants to design your own maps and stuff, the game
more of
has
a crafty person.
Okay? All right. Excellent.
Not this
Good
guy.
stuff. Thanks for watching this first part of me checking out Hytale here on DSP Gaming.
All right, YouTube mode off.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Like,
instant mood
I don't know what
shift.
you guys want me to do. First of all, there's a lot of trolling today, so I'm just trying to ignore it. But I'm
actually instant mood shift. You could feel how much more irritated he was as soon as he was done recording.
I'm going to be honest. The attendance is good. The engagement is all right, except half the audience is complaining. Particularly the Kick audience is complaining the game sucks.
And it's just so jarring and disingenuous to do it this way. I just couldn't imagine. It's as if you were putting on a play, and then a select amount of the audience could see behind the camera, but see behind the curtain when you step off screen to change costumes or whatever, and you instantly are a shitty person with a bad attitude, and you're like storming around and upset about the way that things are going and yelling at the stage hands and being grumpy. Like, it's not cool. I don't know why anybody would enjoy that experience.
And literally, we have two people
who have
the
pig behind the curtain. Exactly.
There was Papa Vera, who did a super chat. And then there was Definitely Not French, who did Kicks, and that's it. And I've been streaming now for over 2 hours. So it's pretty obvious there's not that much interest in the game. I told you, literally, this is an experiment to see if this kind of content will work on my channel.
Another experiment? We're doing a lot of experiments recently, guys. It almost makes me wonder if we're doing some experiments in our personal time. We're just on like an experimental saga in our life, I think. If
this isn't working, we can easily just do something else. I'll play something else right now if you want,
Nice sniff. Thank you. Couldn't have muted for that one, though.
So the bottom line is says, look at it this way. If you play it now and you exhaust all the content quick because there's not a lot, then you're just going to have nothing to do in the game for months and months. And when you come back to it, you have to redo stuff you've already done. If you stop playing it now and you come back to it in like 6 months when the devs have updated it a ton and added a ton of content, it'll feel like more of a playthrough.
Okay.
Everybody says if you don't like it, don't play it. How do I know if I like it? I've barely...
But if you know how the game works and plays and where the things are, then you would be able to make all of that progress back in a very short and brief amount of time. In the same way that you would if you started a new Minecraft world. But in saying that, I understand we're talking about DSP, and he couldn't even do that in Minecraft. All of his fucking Minecraft houses and builds, or whatever the fuck he wants to call it, take 100 years to start because he doesn't understand the mechanics. So I guess I have to take back what I said. He's not a normal human being.
He played it, right? We've barely scratched the surface.
Man,
Broden
we are
says,
really
I
vibe
dig
checking.
it. There's more to see and explore, but your stream, you do you. I don't know. Grandmaster Scrub says, maybe come back to it when there's more content. Play some more of that game from last night, or do you have another quick indie to check out? Excuse me.
Warehouse layouts too. Yeah, it's not going to be in the clip, so I'm just going to tell you about it now. He did build a house. That was what he spent about the latter half of the stream doing, because it took him a fucking hour, and he just built the ugliest big rectangle that he possibly could, similar to his last Minecraft house. Despite the game having tiles, I'm going to call them blocks, that are a little more intricate, they're a little more detailed, you can get a little more aesthetic in them, you can make things look a little nicer. He still built a big fucking block with just one big room in the center because he's completely uncreative and has no eye for building.
No, I mean, from the indie from last
Actually
night,
embarrassing. I've seen kids build better.
Because I want an audience for it, like people would know. Like, what stuff could I do on the fly? We could do Call of Duty. We could do Street Fighter 6. That's the kind of stuff. We're already doing Arc Raiders at night, and that would have been a thing. I would have said, oh, we could do Arc Raiders, but we're doing Arc Raiders on the late stream. So I would argue either Street Fighter 6 or Call of Duty are the two multiplayer games that we could toss into the loop here. Either one would work, and we have tons of time. We have 2.5 hours, guys. We can do whatever I want on this stream. We could do whatever you guys want.
Could you imagine 2.5 hours of fucking Call of Duty? Oh boy, oh gosh. I'm so excited. Nothing like complaining about people being behind us the whole fucking time.
A lot of people are saying Street Fighter 6. If I switch to Street Fighter 6, are you guys going to stick around, and are you going to engage and support with Street Fighter 6? Or else what's the point of switching to it if no one cares? You know what I mean?
He needs your buy-in before switching. Or he needs your buy-in to this game.
All right.
And that's the way that it really shakes out, too, at this point. Like, at the stopping point that he's created here, the way that he's decided to move forward, he basically is asking for money one way or another right now, or we just can't move on. We're just going to be stuck here, I guess.
That's exactly what I will do. That was a great suggestion. I don't know why on earth I didn't think of that. Does this autosave, by the way?
I can't believe he went for the poll, by the way.
My game, because I don't see anything here. It doesn't say anything about saving.
I thought he was joking.
Do you know, Broden, will this save?
I thought he was joking when he was like, oh, why didn't I think of a poll? That's such a good idea. I thought he was actually joking because he's the one that always tells us that polls get rigged by trolls, which it did, and that they're no good and very bad. But then I guess he just forgot. He's getting older, I guess. He's got unk brain.
I hope it saves. I don't want to lose my progress. Well, I'm just going to hit quit the desktop. I hope it saves. It didn't say anything about saving.
No Street Fighter 6 gameplay.
So
not happening. Can't do it. Won't do it. You can't make me.
Okay. So we'll do a poll. All right. I'm going to go on break. It's time for my break anyway. This is time for my formal break of the stream.
Oh, boy.
We'll do a poll. When I come back, we'll see the results of the poll. And based on that, we'll determine what you guys want. If you want me to do more.
I was telling my wife about how many breaks DSP takes in a day, and she was in actual disbelief. It was like the look on her face because she doesn't usually take breaks as a hairstylist. It's very fast paced. And for her to find out that the guy takes like 4 different bathroom breaks and a formal break to walk with his wife, she's again just in disbelief.
Of Hightail, I'll do more. If you want me to do Street Fighter 6, I'll do that. You want Call of Duty, I'll do that. But those are basically the options right now. Okay? Cool? All right, let's do some polls then. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm shocked. We have 1 super chat today, 1 kick. We don't have a single tip, no memberships, no subs.
Damn.
That's crazy.
No support,
I don't think I've
guys.
done a stream this slow in a very long time. So I don't know if this whole first look idea for these kind of games works. This is something that was an experiment that I told you I would try. It didn't really work, did it? Like, people just don't seem to care. Or the ones that are here can't support. It's great, but this is...
He's been saying that this week in regards to playing new indie-style games during the week when they first come out. It's an experiment. Like, he's just playing video games. The same way everybody else has just been playing video games on the internet for over a decade now. I don't see where the experiment is. Because it's not a AAA title, I thought we moved past that last year by playing a bunch of indie games on the PC. We did many a stream where we checked out a bunch of different things. But it's just always cope. Like, experiment is the new cope on every aspect.
You know, it's my job. So if I'm going to cover stuff, I have to do things that people are going to actually show up for and support. Canon the Camera, we know that you're a troll, right? Like, you've been trolling for days, and now you're going to do a super chat to act like you're not. But we already know you're a troll. So thanks for $5.
What in the
Okay, here's the polls. Please vote. Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
Sid the Sloth.
So,
or the 5. I really appreciate it. Saying, did you see Kino say that his life has turned into Project 7, the same shit that he made fun of? No, I didn't see that Kino clip. I saw some other Kino clips, but I did not see that one. I gotta catch up.
I'm going to
so hard.
go on break. You guys enjoy some highlight clips. When I come back from break, we'll take a look at the results of the poll and we'll see what you guys want. Like, I'm okay with whatever you want, but I want to do something that people care about. Right now, it seems like you guys are bored with this game because there's, like I said, there is a group that's talking about it, but more than half the viewers were actually freaking out. Well, here we go. Look at this. A ginormous super chat just came in. More than half the viewers literally were saying the game sucks. You know what I mean? So let's do all these shout-outs. Canon the Camera did a $5 super chat and says, you'll only switch games if people give you money. That's what you mean by support. Come on, Phil, we're here watching you play games. No, I said I'm going to do a poll to determine what you guys want, because it seems like half the people are complaining the game's boring or saying to move on and don't play more today.
But he, you know, when he was pitching it, he said, if I switch, are you guys going to give me money? Because if you don't, then what's the point? Like he just willfully not understanding what people mean if it makes him look fucking stupid, which most things make him look stupid.
That's what I just said. I guess you're deaf.
But you're deaf.
See, Flo last name just did a big 500 SEK super chat. Let's see what that is. I know it's big. I just don't know what it what it's the equivalent of. Let's try that again. It is $54.20. Thank you so much, C-Flow.
500 sex. That's more sex than DSP could even fathom.
54.20. Thank you so much there. So that is.
And he kept saying that half of the chat is, you know, saying that the game is boring. When that's I was looking at the chat because I was really curious as to what his dens thought about this fucking game. Because I thought it was more interesting than things that he's played recently. Street Fighter 6. I'm looking at you. And his YouTube chat was fine. They were trying to help him. They were recommending things to do. And then obviously Kick chat was just not having it because they never have anything because they hate him. And that's the way that obviously that should be. They just shouldn't watch on Kick because it gives them money. But he knows this. So if he had, like, it just doesn't make sense how irate he was being with saying that people weren't interested in the game and were saying that it was boring. It just does not check out whatsoever. I don't think that he wanted to play this game. I think that he thinks that there would have been more money elsewhere.
Gets us up to 71, and he says, I, for one, like it when you try out new games. Me too. Like, no exaggeration. I really like trying new stuff. Like, I really liked last night's stream where we tried that Quarantine Zone game. I thought it was interesting and refreshing. I don't know if that's going to be like a lengthy playthrough we go back to, but it was something fun to do. You know what I'm saying? So thank you for that. And then Cheesy Bear did a $2 super chat. Fair warning, any non-yes men are trolls. What are you talking about? Non-yes men. What non-yes men? I haven't even said what we're going to do. Like, I didn't say, let's play Street Fighter, and everyone said yes. That didn't happen. I said, hey, guys, if you guys don't like this, we can maybe switch to Street Fighter. We could maybe do this.
It just scrolled off the screen, but Lord Humongous was asking in chat if DSP could go fishing again, despite him just explaining a few minutes ago that he doesn't know how.
Not even a thing to say yes to.
That was a constant for the whole stream, by the way.
Why are you so stupid?
Can you go fishing?
Holy crap. All right. And by the way, for the record, there hasn't been a tip today at all. And I just want to make sure that's correct. Like, it's working, right? I don't think I've ever done a stream where we got no tips either.
He's terrified.
So it's actually like disheartening. Like, what is going on here? I hope things are working. I hope that everything's not screwed up. I don't know. All right. Well, I'm going to go on break regardless. This is time for the break. And I'll be back, and we'll see what you guys want. Let me take a look now because I'm about to leave. I want to see how it went. You see, now here's the bullshit. I'm not even kidding you. So most of Kick Chat said, this game sucks. We're all bored. The Kick Chat results is, 55% want Hightail. No, you don't. You were literally just sitting there a minute ago saying this sucks. And now everyone votes for Hightail. Do you see what I mean about these polls? Like, let me do a poll. And then you purposely vote for the thing you think is boring because you think the stream will fail. Like, what the hell is your problem?
But he knew this. We're acting so fucking brand new, and he's done this for 18 years. And for the past, at least 7 years, this has been the goddamn case? Dude, every single day he forgets something that he said in the past. And the size of the things that he forgets is insane. How do you forget that polls are fake and gay? I just don't understand. It doesn't make sense. Thank you, Vin Mist, for the 2, saying he sounds so sad all the time. He is. He genuinely is, especially in moments like this, where his year reviews didn't go well, fucking Hightail isn't going well, the Tainted Grail wasn't going well, people aren't showing up for Clair Obscure. We're down bad, brother. It's been tough. And he'll find out that the night stream isn't going to go very well either.
I got 500 kicks from Dang. Should Kick vote since we're not the real audience? Well, maybe if the people in Kick didn't act like children, like brats, then maybe it would be more of a consideration. But most of the people who sit there on Kick are just toxic all day, and you can't even deny it.
That's
just
the
look
toxic
at the
place
history.
to be.
Oh, this sucks.
Why
is he playing it? This is a kid's game. This is boring. This is just Minecraft. What the hell? Everything Phil does is wrong. Man. No one. You get to a point where you don't care anymore. Like, why would I give a shit about what anyone in Kick says when all they do is spew toxic nonsense?
Then why is he crashing out about it? This is the equivalent of when he says, well, I don't give a fuck what detractors say. These trolls, these idiots online. I don't care what they have to say. It doesn't bother me. And then he does endless amounts of rants and scream sessions and just being angry all day long, every day, and constantly talking about it. Well, clearly you do fucking care. You're crashing out about it right now.
Like some 5-year-old on a schoolyard, over there, he's ugly. He stinks. Like, dude, that's the level of commentary I get out of Kick Chat. So why do I care? Right? And keep in mind, that's a generality. That's not every single person, but you guys who are in Kick Chat can absolutely agree that, right? Take a look.
You guys can agree that.
We're not blind. We can see what's in the chat. Okay.
7 says they definitely said that to him growing up. Well, actually, they were far more specific and ruthless. They called him Phil with the oddly shaped head. Now, I think that hits way harder, given that it's specific, than just saying you stink and you're ugly. I think coming at that a specific detail in that manner is that's pretty tough.
Okay. Matt says, yes, facts. I watch over there as a lurker, and 90% of the time, that's what it is. Yep, I know. Okay. Let's go for a break. When I come back, we'll see already. So, again, the pull on Kick said
smell
Hightail,
like cigarettes. That's
but
true.
It sounds like bullshit to me. I'm okay with playing more Hightail. I want to make that clear. Like, I'm enjoying exploring the game. I want to play more, but I don't want to be streaming something no one cares about. We've played an hour. We got our first look, so it's not a waste or anything. But let's see. Please vote. I'll be back. But in the meantime, enjoy some highlight clips, and I'll see you in a little bit. Okay, so I'm back. I got my coffee. I'm just going to wait for it to cool down. So let's see what happened when I was gone.
Coffee at 1:48, by the way. This is clearly a man who totally didn't wake up 30 minutes before the stream. This is a robust adult that has been awake since the wee hours of the morning, maybe 9, maybe even 8 a.m., of course. He totally doesn't wake up right before the stream. He just happens to need coffee at 1:48 p.m.
And first off, we already know the troll poll results on Kick. On YouTube, we've got 445 votes, despite the fact that we only have 200 some viewers. So obviously, that means we have over 200 troll votes on the YouTube vote. Isn't that nice?
One of them was me.
This is why the polls, sadly, when the trolls get involved, they're completely worthless. You can't read what people want when idiots come in and try to skew the vote. All right, but let's actually read the results. So it says 61% want more Hightail. And then 29% want Street Fighter 6, only 10% want Black Ops 7. So right now what you're telling me is do not play Call of Duty. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, well, that poll also tells you not to play Street Fighter 6, so...
But I could do either Street Fighter or I could do Hightail.
God
right?
damn it.
I'm okay with either. All right. So, I mean,
now,
essentially we have two options. Okay?
No, we don't have two options. Don't present a fucking poll and then just write off the results because you don't like them. That's so fucking shitty because he has no idea. Maybe the 200 votes are for Street Fighter 6. I would actually be more inclined to believe that. Well, then it would be, 50-50 or whatever. But I would be inclined to believe more trolls wanted Street Fighter 6 than Hightail because they love the salt. They love to see him get angry. They love to see him get pwned or whatever in a fighting game. They definitely didn't want to sit through Hightail.
Option number one is we just do Hightail for another 2 hours. Now, that's going to entail building a house, building a fence and defenses, exploring the environments, more mining, more crafting, probably killing animals and cooking them for food, and fighting off those enemies at night. That's all that's in the game right now. As we saw, there are no story elements in the game at all. So it would just be me doing survival for 2 hours. Okay?
How is that any different from when he normally plays Minecraft? This is essentially just a Minecraft day stream. He's pitching it as though this is some sort of letdown, as if this isn't going to be interesting, as if it's not content that he's actually made before already and did surprisingly well on his channel.
We could do that. Or I guess we could play Street Fighter 6. And what I would do in Street Fighter 6, I would probably play with Zangief today because I was thinking about playing with him anyway. And I want to try to remember how to use him. I remember that actually they had improved him and he was good, but I don't know. That was a year ago. He might suck again. I don't know. That's what they always do with Zangief in Street Fighter. He'll be bad, then they'll make him good, then they'll make him bad again. Like they'll just go back and forth and flip-flop with it. So
also, I don't know if you caught that, but he wanted to play with Zangief anyway, which to me means that he had every intention of playing Street Fighter at some point before Friday night showed up. At some point, he wanted to shoehorn in a Street Fighter 6 session. That's what that read to me.
I'm okay with whatever you guys want, but I want to give you what you want and what you're going to stick around for and what you're going to engage with and what you're going to support. I don't want to play for 2 hours and then have everyone complaining that I did the wrong thing and the stream was boring and no one's supporting it and now the stream's a failure because I did the wrong thing. I'm literally putting the power in your hands right now. Yeah, whatever you want, I will give you what you want, but I need to actually know what you really want. Okay? Broden says he's going to stick around regardless. Okay, and he says,
great.
That's my vote. Well, you said, Broden, we know you want Hightail. You're into it. You're telling me all about it. You obviously want more Hightail. Okay?
Okay, so the people that are the most loyal and are going to stick around for whatever are actually the ones that were the most interested in Hightail anyway. It's almost like maybe he should just continue to play that game because that's what his real audience wanted or something. I don't know. Just my read.
No, my intention was to play Hightail for the entire stream because someone just said, do you really not want to play it? No, that was my intention. I wanted to play it for a whole stream. But I literally played it for an hour. I turned around and I had gotten one contribution the entire stream. Again, this is my job as well as my passion. I have to do things people want to support. I have to. I can't just do streams that are dead. There's no point then. I'll just turn the stream off. You know what I mean?
If I don't get money, I'll just turn the stream off. Sounds good, dude.
Okay. I agree. If I did Street Fighter 6 right now, it would not do as well as Friday Night Fights because people aren't aware. It would be an on-the-fly change, and only people who maybe could make it on the fly would show up for it. I agree with you.
Dubmatic saying that YouTube is not a job for real. Well, yeah, this is the equivalent of you know, like a waitress or a waiter, server, you could call them. It's a little high end. And they're just running around going, if you guys don't tip me, then I'm just gonna clock out. There's no reason for me to be here if I'm not gonna get tips. So if you can either tip me right now, or I can just go do something else. That's not how this works, man. At least it shouldn't be how it works.
Probably
But
wouldn't do so well.
we've suckered these people in somehow.
All right. So now everyone all of a sudden is Hytale. I was playing Hytale, and everyone complained Hytale was boring and sucks. Play something else, and no one contributed. So then I said, okay, maybe we won't do it. And then everyone complained, you got to play Hytale. If I play Hytale, I swear to you, if I play Hytale this afternoon, and at the end of the stream, everyone says this stream was boring, I'm just going to ban every fucking person that says it, and I'm never going to unban one of you ever again.
Salty.
I'm going to find who you are, and I'm going to make
Pissed.
sure that you never have a sock account in my chat again.
I'm gonna find who you are. He scoffs and does this little pig noise there. Oh, this is a joke. He's pissed. He's so angry. This is what he wishes that he could do. He wishes that he had the technical know-how to ensure that these punishments are upheld. This is what he wants. No
Seriously,
joke.
I'm not going to put up with this very nonsensical,
I will find
contrarian attitude.
and I
when
will
I'm
ban
trying
you.
to actually get feedback on what people want for real. I'm not going to take shit from people who are messing with my content. All right?
Knowing damn well there's absolutely nothing that he can do about any of it. This is just a prison he has to live in.
Is that the deal? Are we okay with that?
That's the deal, guys? Can we agree? Please?
There's not
Please
gonna be
agree
any
to my
bans.
demands?
I'm literally going to find out who you are. So when you come back with a sock account, every time I'm going to say, no, remember Hytale, go fuck yourself, and I'm going to ban you again and again every time you come back. Yeah, I just had enough of people who act like jerks.
But
You
we
know what I'm
can't do
saying?
that to ICS, of
I'm tired
course.
of it.
They give too much money.
You're right. Everyone on Kick complained, Clout Siffler. That's generally who I'm talking about. There were a couple people on YouTube, but for the most part, this was the Kick audience that was whining. For sure, you're correct there. That is definitely a correct assessment. Okay.
All
In
right.
fact, give me a second. I'm just curious. Okay, I was curious how many people we have watching on Kick right now. We have over 100.
Meth Bear with the 5.
Goddamn.
Thank you so much. Saying this would be a Chuck Tingle story. I don't know what that is. Hermit beggar craves sweaty Russian wrestler ass. Real.
All right.
Real.
I'm just going
I
to
don't know
continue
what
with Hytale.
Chuck Tingler.
Let's boot it up. I really hope
Tingle
it's
is.
saved. Holy shit. I hope it's
Look
saved.
it up. Don't tell me. I'm
Okay.
looking it up. My keyboard's
Cheesy
up.
Bear, every time that you do a super chat, I'm just going to say thanks for the super chat and add it to the total and ignore you because everything you say is toxic and negative and I'm not entertaining.
Oh, he writes niche gay
Just so you know,
erotica.
I'm just making
Okay,
that
all
way
right,
up front.
okay. I'm not
Unless
asking
you
how
actually
you
say
know that
something constructive or
information.
positive, I'm not going to give you the time of day. Okay. Now, that being said, please, guys, stick around,
that being
engage,
said,
and please
shut
support
up.
the stream. Let's make this a very successful first look stream of Hytale. And then after this stream, we can determine, hey, do we want to play it again in the future? But let's make the first session a good one, a successful one. Okay?
I got the drip going. I got the drip going. I got the drip going. I got the drip going.
Thank you, Demi Fiend, for the 2, saying I'd argue that comment is advocating violence. Well, I don't know that I can agree specifically with advocation of violence there, but I could get. I see the minimal amount of mental gymnastics that you would have to do. I've seen people get in trouble for more or less mental gymnastics rather. So, thank you for the 2, nonetheless. And so Hytale continued, and it hit $120, I think, or something like that by the end. Got a couple of big donations in there, but it did not stop him from having to go and do another business meeting the following day. Thank you, Penitenson, for the 5 gifted. Before we get into what I think is the business meeting of all business meetings so far this year, This clip is 48 minutes, and it is just a recap of how we've been doing, and it is not good, folks. I'm honestly surprised he didn't make a bogus graph or something to put up on the screen.
Now, the funny part about it is Xbox probably won't have as much to talk about on that show as they thought, because this morning there was a leak. Okay? And you might say, okay, there was a leak.
Fuck,
well,
I forgot about
man,
this.
I hate that these hackers keep data mining these companies. And I really hate that sometimes these release dates,
really wanna talk
they
about
leaked,
Xbox.
got the date
Can
wrong.
we
They
move
were,
on positively.
before we start talking about Quarantine Zone, before we start talking about
Here we go. Here we
Hightail,
go.
before we start talking about Arc Raiders, I want to show you guys how things have been doing.
Oh, fuck. Damn. I said that I'm surprised he didn't make a graph. I totally forgot that he pulled up his goddamn channel and was showing the numbers. Holy shit. He really did bring up an infographic. There's no way. This shit really is a business meeting. As you can see, guys, our sales numbers are way down this quarter.
Something that I rarely do.
Oh, no.
But I said, you know what? Rather than just sit here talk about it, why don't I show you?
Guys. It's been a long
And you might
week.
say, well, what do you mean by that?
What do you mean by
what
that?
I'm going to do is just refresh the page
Oh,
here.
man.
I'm going to actually show you how everything's been doing on the channel. All right? So, this is DSP Gaming right now, live, okay? We're under
Here's our sales for the
266 if you
quarter.
hear it live on YouTube. There's probably around 80 on Kick, I would assume. I don't know, but I think probably like 80 viewers on Kick. And climbing because typically we get more over the course of the podcast. Although today we are doing Pokemon, so maybe we won't get so many. I guess we'll see. But just to show you, what happens is on YouTube, they give you this feed that says for you. And basically what they do is they try to hand select certain videos. Usually it's the latest uploads from the creator.
My
But-
God.
Just to
Why is he pig-splaining YouTube to people who use YouTube every single day? He's the last person that should be trying to inform people on this. He doesn't use the fucking site.
kind of recap how
He
things
just
have been
shoveled
going.
shit onto
okay?
it.
So Friday I played Code Violet. That has done better, all right, no exaggeration,
Mhm.
than any video that I have put out since the Asmongold interview. And honestly, even if you go back further in the year, which you can, you'd actually see that only 1 or 2 videos this year have performed better than that one. And that one only came out 4 days ago, right? Well, I guess technically 5 days ago now. And that's crazy to think about because
Is it?
really, when you think about it, I put out
Okay.
a lot of videos. You would think that something would have caught on more than that. No. I think the only 2 videos that did better, there's one video at the launch of the Switch 2. I said it was a ripoff, which it was, and it still is, by the way. And there was another video when Silent Hill F came out, and I said, it's basically garbage. I don't like this game. It's really bad. Outside of that, this is the biggest video that I've done all year. So,
Well, the year just started, so there's that. But also, yeah, to be fair to DSP, it's not too frequently that he rage quits a game within the first hour and then goes on to say that it's actually the worst game he's ever played, and he's insisting on getting a refund, and he's throwing a baby bitch fit, which, again, in fairness to DSP, I'm cutting him a lot of slack here. I hate to be a DSP defender, but that game did look like shit. He should have known that before, because it looked like shit before it came out, but we'll move on positively. But I'm not surprised that that is one of his most viewed videos, given that it is actually outside of the normal dog shit, like fucking boring ass gameplay that he does on a regular basis. As you can see, when he does, if you look on the screen right now, and you can read the 720p video that I have in front of you, when he does things that are outside of the normal gameplay, they do far better than the normal gameplay does, because everything that is successful for DSP is a gimmick, and it's always short-lived. Like the DSP Christmas surprise right here has 5.6 thousand views on it. The Asmongold interview has far more views on it than anything else than any of this shit in here. The gaming schedule update, or the fucking Hightail gameplay, or Arc Raiders number 9000. It's pretty simple math here, DSP, but we're gonna act surprised.
pretty
I can't
crazy
believe it,
to
you
think
guys.
it's just a terrible game. It's the first new release of the year, and it's so bad, people really enjoyed watching me riff it for an hour, right? Now, also, Fed Roger just made a good point in chat. He goes, well, it just goes to show that negativity always brings more eyes and attention on YouTube. I mean, you're right. On YouTube,
Yes, everybody can identify when DSP is being angry, obnoxious, and just, it's where he thrives at. Him being a negative, toxic piece of shit is genuinely where DSP is at his best. I've always said this. I'm always going to believe this. Now, it's going to be obnoxious, and it's definitely not for everybody, but that's where he's just the most fluid.
To particularly, that's always a pattern. That negativity will always breed more attention for whatever reason. You can argue that it's because people are just toxic and people like drama, and you're right. Like, there's really no other explanation for it. That's pretty appropriate to say, is that, yeah, people
also,
just
yes,
like dramatic
a guy
content.
with long hair. Great observation. Very clickbait title there. Code Violet, the worst game I've ever played. Like, on release day that was released, people are looking for the game, and here's this very, like, matter-of-fact, strong, confident statement.
See something burn or be
what do you mean
sucky.
it's the worst gameplay
And that's a
game
little
you've
sad,
ever played?
in my opinion. I do feel like I wish people would like positive content more than negative content, but that's just, I guess, par for the course on YouTube. It is what it is, right? Okay, so outside of that video, which did incredibly well, how has all the other content this week been doing? Because a lot of times people say, oh, Phil, you make knee-jerk reactions. You don't judge things right. You should give things more of a chance. Let's take an actual look, all right? So taking a look at all the content.
So this is him actually justifying to his audience, the people in his chat that are saying that he reacts too quickly and he doesn't give things chances. He doesn't just like let things roll and have fun with them and then just, sit on a decision before making it. This is him justifying all of his actions, which is a very odd thing to have to do in front of your audience. To have to explain yourself in this way is there's just no need. It's his channel. Like, he always says he's the boss. He can do whatever he wants. He can play games, any game that he wants now. He's super comfortable financially, this, that, and the other. But we have to justify all of our actions, of course.
That I have put out this week. In fact, what we should probably do is just scoot back just a little bit. All right. Admittedly, Pokemon last week did not do well. The Pokemon stream kind of tanked. I paired Pokemon with my most disappointing games countdown, and it didn't do well.
Right.
The stream itself. And Pokemon.
He's been playing Pokemon since fucking October. If in case you weren't keeping up on the Pokemon streams, we've been playing Pokemon for what is that? 3-4 months? It's 3 months. Actual 3 months of Pokemon, a game that I would argue half of his audience already wasn't interested in, and then it just continues to go and go and go.
Got very few.
And because 1 or 2 people come in to name Pokemon and they want to keep the fucking I'm gonna say Genjin, but I don't know that that's the name of that dumbass frog Pokemon. But because they want to keep him in the fucking party because his name is like Steve or something, the game continues on.
Now the thing is, we're at the end of Pokemon. Forward. Today may be the conclusion of the playthrough. I'm playing it for a very small audience, but that audience is very engaged and very supporting. So today we will play it, see if we beat it, and if not, if it needs one more stream, great. But man, it's been a wild ride. We've been playing it since October. It's been a great run. I hope that you guys are here for the conclusion. If you're someone who's been along for the ride with me, I certainly hope that you guys will be here today after the podcast to see how it ends and to give it a send-off. Okay.
Yo, if looking at those numbers, though, was really tough. Video 1, that's like, that's 3.4K. I know it's a 720p. You can't read it. 3.4K on the first one. Just 6 videos later, we're down to 636. The fall off is immaculate. And he's got how many goddamn parts in this playthrough already? He continued to play this for 2 entire months after this point. When the videos on demand were getting 600 views. That's rough. You guys were screaming Greninja in the chat. Thank you. That is the name of the Pokemon. I'm not a Pokemon enjoyer. I appreciate your input. Thank you, Adam Corona, for the 8 months, saying, when Phil wears a Chris Chan style shirt, all is right with the world. Big up, Skeleton Man. I don't know what you mean, Chris Chan style shirt, okay? It just has stripes on it? So you're saying every t-shirt that has stripes is a Chris Chan shirt? You're fucking stupid. But I appreciate the 8 months. That is very Chris Chan-esque, but the other one he has is literally the shirt. Which I'm pretty sure I told you guys at some point, my Twitter sent me an advertisement for like Amazon, and it was quite literally a Chris Chan sweater with the blue and red stripes. I think they were on to me. I think they know.
Okay.
Targeted advertisements
now, I
are
also
insane.
that they did the most disappointing games countdown, and I did remove it from here, but what we can actually do is just click the videos tab and see how it actually did. So remember, the disappointing games countdown, okay? Put a lot of time and effort into that. I went through all the games for the year that I was interested in, in saying were disappointments to me. I had to think about what I wanted to say about each particular one. I had to get video clips of all of those together and set them all up. And I had to set up the stream with everything. And then we did it, and the stream didn't do good. It didn't. Okay? It was a lot of work, and it just didn't do well at all.
Reminder, a lot of work was just playing his own video game gameplay in the background while he talked about the game on a broad scale. That was it. That was all of the work he had to do. He didn't even bother to make the thumbnail.
I'm a god.
That's clearly
How can you kill
AI.
a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence.
Thank you, Sleepy Don, for your 24 months and your grand and intoxicating innocence. And you say, would you ever interview Phil if he wanted to talk to detractors? Fuck no. I have nothing to say to this bozo. Everything I want to say to the DSP, or I have a question, is all in the stream. He can suffer through it or he can fuck off. I'm not talking to this loser, bro.
Video itself got about 2,800
I'm here to act
views.
it up with the
Now,
gang.
Honestly, that's pretty good. For a video of mine to get 2,800 views in less than a week is actually good numbers for me. But it's just a lot of effort and work and taking away from gameplay streaming to do it to not really have any impact. All right. There was a time back in the day when I would do these series and they get 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 views.
Right.
So it would be worth the time and effort to go into it. It's just not really doing those numbers anymore, to be honest.
Did he expect it to do 20 to 30,000 views still? Is that genuinely what he expected? If so, he's out of this goddamn mind. Out of this, his mental's out of this fucking world. If he really thought that shit was pulling in 20 to 30K still, absolutely lost it.
It seems like the
Get
only
this man
people
in a
who
home.
are actually asking me to do the year-end series this year were my legacy viewers, people who've been around for a long time. Most other people were like, so what's the next game you're playing? Okay? So it may be, very well may be, that we're in a situation that maybe the year-end series just don't make sense anymore. You know what I mean? Like maybe instead of doing it as a formal series where I sit here for hours streaming my top 10 games and my worst games of the year, whatever, maybe we just talk about it on a podcast. Maybe this is the year-end recap podcast. And on that show, I tell you my favorite games of the year. I tell you my most disappointing games of the year. It's just a podcast episode,
That's all this was. He's actually pitching the exact premise that he did this year that didn't work to you right now, and then acting as though it's something different. Because he didn't make it like a special video. I legitimately think that the year-end disappointing games, or whatever the fuck he wants to call it, is more interesting as a video on demand style, with actual proper setup, rather than him just doing the pre-stream into the countdown into gameplay. I think that makes it less of a thing. It makes it less of like an event. There's nothing going on. Not that I ever really think there's anything going on with DSP in a positive sense, but you get what I'm trying to say.
I definitely think that might be one of the things that I do now, because
that might be one of the things of all time.
It's not paying off anymore. It doesn't seem like that many people care. All right. Notably, I told you guys that I still want to do my Game of the Year awards, and I also want to do kind of the best episodes of DSP Tries It from last year, because we did it so often. And I was thinking, okay, well, we'll do it, but I don't want to do it this week. I just want to focus on games. And now I'm like, I don't even know if I want to do it. Because again, that's a lot of effort putting all the videos together and getting it all into a setup where I can stream it or whatever. And I'm like, is anyone going to care? Or is it just going to be a dead stream? So maybe we just do it as like maybe later this month on a podcast, maybe next week or the week after. It'll be DSP's Game of the Year awards on the Level 1 podcast. And all I do is I run through the 10 games that I thought were the best, and I tell you each one and why I liked it. And then we go from there.
Right. So he's going to do the exact same thing that he just did with the disappointing games, But again, we're just pitching it with like it's a new thing. I genuinely don't know what he's trying to get across here. Like, he's not going to play footage in the background. Congratulations. He's not going to read from the bullet points that he made for each game. He's going to try and freeball it. I mean, the guy can't string 2 sentences together without fumbling all over himself. So I guess we're in for more entertainment in that capacity. While he was talking, I went to look up his most disappointing games from last year. And part 1 has 3.9 thousand views, where that one currently sits at 2.5, or maybe that's 2.8. It's sorry, again, it's kind of crushed. I would say that that's comparable. You give it another year to rack up its final, 500 video views, and you're pretty much right on par, buddy, with your ever declining popularity. There's really nothing to complain about here. This is right on the money. We're crying to cry at this point. Thank you, Flagchan, for the 10, saying it's effort getting the videos together. It's just him pulling the whole ass video from the live stream and not timestamping anything because he doesn't have relevant clips. What work? Well, exactly. I'm not even convinced he pulls it from the live stream. I think he just pulls up actually pulls up a video and then just clicks on it and clicks download and then just puts it in a fucking folder and then goes, yeah, I'm doing it in this order. And he might have a notepad, open. Of course, physical style, because he's an old man that writes on paper, as we all know. And then he just reads off his bullet points and rambles on for fucking 15 to 20 minutes about each one. That's not work. That's what he does on a normal basis. I thought, isn't that just a pre-stream anyway? That's the same structure, if you ask me, aside from clicking on a fucking video. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate it. I agree.
Okay. And then I don't have to put together all the videos. I don't have to do all that. I just go through a top 10 and that's it. Because the days of me being an on-demand content creator, making these kind of videos are long gone. I'm a live streamer now. Like, this is where I'm prominent. This is where I get attention and engagement. It's not the on-demand videos. Like, even if you look at this video, it's got like maybe 100 likes. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, there's no traction there for the channel. Okay. Just being honest.
None of the videos have traction for the channel. If that's the rationale we're using for no longer doing it, then we are never uploading another video on DSP Space Gaming. It's just going to be stream archives and moving on.
So maybe I don't work on it like that anymore. We'll see. I'm going to think about it in the next week or two. Okay.
All right.
But anyway,
sounds good.
So we've got that. And I just wanted to highlight that because sadly, with all the work I put into it, I was hoping it was going to do well. And sadly, it just really hasn't in perspective. Okay. So looking at all the stuff that I've done this week,
so much shit, by the way.
Doesn't get views. It never has. I mean, even the back in June, it wasn't getting views.
Still playing
we're near
it, though.
the end. Probably 2 more streams. We're going to beat Claire Obscure. Okay. RimWorld.
Really just shoved that one off to the side, by the way. I would argue that Claire Obscure is being an absolute detriment to the channel. If you want my honest opinion, Claire Obscure has to go immediately. Nobody is showing up for it. It's just absolute boredom from top to bottom. His audience is sick of it, except for the few dents that come through and handhold him and try and get him through these final bosses just so that he can pretend that he did something and he's good at a game. Again, it just has to go, man. It's been over. It's never been more Jover for Claire Obscure on the DSP gaming channel. I think you've been missed for the 2, saying he's so helpless. He's so lucky this is his job. This is all he's ever going to be good for. He's been out of the job market for too long. He has no other skills and he's incapable of socializing. This is it. If this doesn't work, he's actually homeless. Or I would say Walmart door greeter, but even then, I think he would be fired for being an obnoxious piece of shit. So
started off very strong.
I appreciate it.
And has petered out. And what I mean by that is just take a look at the views declining on this series. There's also been less people to the streams, although I will admit this, there has been great support.
DSP could not be a garbage man nor a janitor. As a garbage man, I know it's too stinky and icky for him. He couldn't do it. And once again, janitor is too much work. You really think this guy's mopping or sweeping up a goddamn thing? It ain't gonna happen. I don't believe it.
Streamed RimWorld, the people that are there are very engaged and are helping me out. to learn the mechanics of the game and to do better at it. And the stream ends up being a success. So maybe in the case of RimWorld, initially there was excitement because, oh, it's a new game or whatever. But then after that, it didn't really matter anymore. So, you know, maybe it's not a big deal where it's going to get tons of hype or whatever, but maybe I continue it as a series as long as people keep showing up and the streams do well. Okay.
Right. Just like all of the other playthroughs. If you guys continue to give me money and the sales numbers look good, obviously this is still a board meeting, then we can continue to push this product. We can continue to put it on the shelves. But the second that we see that the sales are declining, then we're going to cycle it out for another piece of inventory that we've got sitting in the back, and we're just going to throw all of that in the garbage. Does that sound good? Okay, cool.
So RimWorld right now, I'm not displeased with or whatever, and I am playing it as the late stream tonight. Now, here's a shocker, to be honest with all of you. Street Fighter 6 has returned, as you know. I played it for Friday Night Fights.
Sorry, we got to ban somebody real quick.
Shockingly enough, Street Fighter 6 is currently the most viewed playthrough that I'm doing. No exaggeration. It beat the new games that I played this week. Street Fighter 6, look at the views. I don't know why. I really don't, because when I used to play Street Fighter 6 all the time, it didn't get these views. Like, we were down to 200, 300 views a video when I was making this series, you know, end of 2024, early 2025. People just didn't like it anymore. And now here we are a year later. I haven't played it. I come back and it gets this kind of views. Now, to be honest, did I do well? Well, I did good for someone returning to Street Fighter after a year of not playing it. But overall, I lost more than I won. Like, I think Lily, I had a positive win-loss ratio. But both Honda and
who gives a fuck? Yes, it's threat-sided, exactly. It's because it's rage material. People tune into DSP. I said this a minute ago, I'll say it again. When he's at his most toxic, when he's at his most salty, it's, you know, not that the Call of Duty streams are making him money, but it's far more engaging, and I believe more people watch it than the, you know, Hightail stream or when he was playing American Truck Simulator or whatever the fuck, because it's just boring. There's nothing going on, and he's boring as an individual. At least when he's angry, there's something to laugh at, you know? Thank you, Some Gator, for the 2, saying he thinks that he can just slip into Boeing's DMs. Now, that's a tough one to want to even slip in the DMs of, because they'll have you whacked for little to no cause sometimes. One of the I was speaking of Boeing, I just made a joke this week. I'm gonna recap this joke for you. It was my last job, they were asking me to sign for parts that I had inspected that were no good, and I could tell by the numbers on the inspections that they just weren't within spec, and they would be like, just sign for it, it's fine, it's good, it's in. And I know it's not. And some of these things go on very important pieces of equipment. And I was like, dude, these companies are going to have me fucking killed if they see my name on these 100% inspections that they're getting copies of, and something goes wrong. It's over for me. So I had to leave. I was about to be killed.
Dalsum, I did not. The game kept matching me up with masters,
it's
high
not as
masters,
funny in a
and
retelling,
grandmasters.
I won't lie.
These are people who I have never stopped playing. They have literally nonstop played Street Fighter 6 and never took a break. And those are the people that they matched me with. So how was I supposed to do well? I mean, you're not going to. But I did hang. Like, they weren't awful matches.
I did hang.
And people apparently did find
that'd have been me.
A good time with these videos. They're enjoying watching them. Like I said, they came out Friday. They all have over 1,000 views, and that's better than most of my gameplay videos. So, yeah, I'm not going to complain about that. And that is returning Friday night. We're going to use Zangief and Blanca this coming Friday night. So if you were into it for Friday Night Fights last week, I hope you'll come back and join me on Friday night. And by the way, for the record, I do all of this. Just so you know, you see everything you're looking at right now. This is all me. I do all of these thumbnails, titling, uploading. I don't have an editing team.
These thumbnails look like fucking garbage. And you can definitely tell that they were not made in a proper photo editor and were just haphazardly thrown together in DaVinci Resolve, which is a video editor. They are just stills exported via DaVinci Resolve. That's it. He just throws some fucking text over them. And I was told that the gradient style font that he uses is actually not even a proper gradient, and instead is just 2 text files overlaid on top of each other with an opacity change. That's embarrassing. That's not how that works. Learn how to use your fucking software, bozo.
I have people that do all my work for me, like a lot of you.
Like, if it gets the job done, that's fine, I fucking guess. But, like, come on, man. I have a little bit of fucking know-how in the goddamn software.
YouTubers do, or
you're gonna
pay
use
people to
it.
do. I do all this myself. So all these thumbnails and everything, I made all of these as I uploaded the videos. Okay? So I played it for around 3 hours yesterday.
Also implying that this is some sort of unique thing that only he does. Only he makes his own thumbnails and titles and puts them in playlists. Everybody else obviously has a team, despite there being like an infinite amount of YouTubers on the platform. And the idea that all of them use a team is patently absurd. Ignore that part.
Attendance was good. Engagement was half and half. And what I mean by that is half the people who attended liked the game. Half the people absolutely hated it and said that it was boring as dirt. And it's just like Minecraft. And if you're going to play Minecraft, go play real Minecraft, not this knockoff. So it really was split down the middle in that regard. Support. Well, here's the truth. The stream was not doing well with support at all. And then I brought it up, and immediately someone did a very large contribution. Okay? And then after that, a few other people contributed. So by the end of the stream, it had done pretty good.
It wasn't getting any funds at all. And then I started begging and berating and making people feel bad as if I wasn't going to be able to pay my bills. And then all of a sudden, the money just started flowing. It's so weird how that one works, eh?
But the thing is, it took me bringing it up and one person giving a large contribution for it to even be a good stream. And that's not the kind of thing that you want to rely on. You know, when I played Quarantine Zone, that was a whole bunch of people coming together and saying, we like that Phil's doing a new game. This is exciting. Let's support it. With Hightail, it pretty much was one person. Okay? So that makes me nervous. And to be honest with you all, this also makes me nervous. So Quarantine Zone's views.
It's almost like his streams are propped
How can
up,
you
propped
kill a
up
god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence.
by whales and mental deficiencies. No, Veleron, you're being a troll. You're being a hater right now. Thank you, Paul Turner, for the 17 months, saying, for a guy that loves to point out patterns, why can't he see that boring tends to come up a lot when he asks about his streams? I don't think is he a pattern recognizer? I would be shocked to find out the DSP is capable of pattern recognition. If so, then yeah, I'm on the same boat as you are. How is he incapable of not only understanding that people think that all of his streams are boring and that it gets brought up a lot, but that his most watched content, his most viewed content, his most talked about content is when he's, again, at his most negative and his most toxic and his most I had another one. Oh, obnoxious. There we go. I had to at least make it a list of 3. If he's a pattern note, if he's a noticer in that way, then I struggle to see how he wouldn't notice
1,000
that.
views on part 1, 700 on part 2, and it's only been out about a day. That's not bad at all, especially for a small indie game. Hightail.
No views, guys. Come
Not
on.
doing well at all. Okay? And to be honest, here's the other thing. People over yesterday were like, oh, well, aren't you aware that Hightail is going viral? Seems like a lot of content creators are playing it now. Asmongold is playing it today.
I hate the way he always says Asmongold. He can't just say it like a normal person. The enunciation is always so fucking weird.
He really likes it. And I'm like, that's great. It doesn't matter. It doesn't translate for me. You know, I'm different than everyone else. I'm not one of these viral content creators where everything that I do hits the algorithm and everyone finds in, oh, DSP played this game early, so now he's going to get all these cool early launch views. As you can see, not at all. Not even close. I got a couple hundred views on the videos. That's not good at all. Okay? And the thing is, this is what we got to expect this year. Ups, downs, wins, losses, things that work, things that don't work. Okay?
Yeah, that's tough. If this is what we can expect for the year, it's looking rough out here. It's gonna be a rocky season 18, guys. The show writers are gonna have to cook up something.
In this case,
and they already have. We'll get there. I
stood
promise.
out. Never played a game like that before, right? Very unique, interesting premise, adding more gameplay elements the further in that we go. People really liked the stream and actually said, yeah, please do another one. I think I will. In the case of Hightail,
Also, isn't that Quarantine Zone game a memer streamer game? I thought I seen Queso playing it or something. Isn't that game? If you know, you know. Not that I'm a like Queso enjoyer. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not enjoying normie content, okay? Thank you, Lily Pan Fran, for the 19 months, saying I don't think he's ever called him Zach. I don't think so either, which is really odd, given that DSP very frequently uses people's first names when he doesn't really know them that well. Yeah, it is odd that he doesn't just say Zach.
it's a game that's very much like Minecraft with tweaks. So if there was a big demand on my streams of people saying, Phil, play Minecraft, we really want more Minecraft, I'd be like, well, maybe we should just play Hightail.
He never established Zach as an ally.
But in this case, the game's not doing well. We had one person who did a big contribution that allowed the stream to do well, but no one's really watching it after the fact. You would have thought if this game is virally popular and everyone's talking about it on the internet right now and everyone's playing it, including Aspen Gold, oh, everyone's going to watch Phil play, 222 views in a day. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's almost like the normal people that are watching all of that normal style content. And I'm gonna call them normies. I mean, that's what it is. Your Kai Cenat viewers, your iShow Speed viewers, your Asmongold viewers, typically normie styles. Okay, they're not watching DSP. It's just not happening. They're not ingesting and consuming that content. It's not gonna happen. You can't do what they do because those people don't watch you because you're insufferable. Thank you to Pasta Maker for the 5, saying, of course he's aware of patterns. All those camis, pattern players, dude. Every single one. He knows for sure they are. It's that 4th place knowledge. Well, and if they're not pattern players, they're actively cheating and fucking stream sniping, of course. So, I agree. Thank you for the 5 and the true facts.
It's that simple.
That's
no one really cares about certain games on my channel, and there's nothing I can do about that. Doesn't mean I don't like it, because my personal take is that I actually did like Hightail. Again, what you have to understand with my channel, it almost never shows up in search. It never shows up in related. Even though I was someone who played it incredibly early yesterday morning, no one saw it on YouTube. No, it didn't get sent to the algorithm. This is literally views from my core fan base, and that's it. Nobody else cared because no one found it.
Yep.
That's the problem with DSP gaming. And this has been a problem for me for many, many years.
There's a lot more problems involving DSP gaming, but sure, we could start there, I guess. You don't hit the algorithm. That's if he just hit the algorithm, guys, it would just take. Everybody would love him all over the internet, and he would have no problems whatsoever. If just one of his videos could be featured on the homepage or something, it would be like a second start. Of course, he would retain all of those viewers without a doubt, and he would make infinite money.
I don't know what else to say.
None of them would ever leave again and say that he sucks and is boring and he begs too much. They wouldn't say that. It would be impossible.
That's just the situation, is that I don't show up.
He did that with
search.
Fallout 4?
Okay?
No. I'm just going to deny it.
So, if you were to ask me, out of the 2 indie games that I just played,
Inked Blessing is saying there's a screenshot of his video being 3rd in search for Hightail. I mean, big if true. I don't think I need a screenshot. I believe Maddie. Maddie's never lied to me.
Which is more interesting and which would I want to play again? My answer is Quarantine Zone. And I think we're going to do that again. In fact, looking at the schedule, I'm pretty sure that I set that up for tomorrow. Yep, we're going to play it as tomorrow night's late night stream. We're going to give it a second look. We're going to see if it adds more interesting elements. And we're going to see if the game is fun and people will come by and hang out and support it again. I hope so, because I like it and I want to do it again. So that's going to be for Thursday night's late night stream. It's going to be Quarantine Zone again. All right?
All right.
Now, you might say, well, what about...
I'm not watching that, by the way.
Hightail. Okay? Well, I'll answer that question with a question. What about it? I bought it early access. I played it on launch day. I did everything that you guys seem to think would have been exciting and would have worked, and it really didn't work. If one person hadn't done a big contribution, the stream wouldn't have done well, and the game's not performing well as an on-demand series either.
I don't like the way he's putting it all on his viewers. I did everything that you guys thought would be exciting, as if it's not on him to find something to do and get his own enjoyment out of the game, so that can, like, you know, entertain his audience, because that's where the real entertainment is. If you are enjoying yourself, typically that vibe is picked up by your audience. I can't think of a better way to say it right now, but he wasn't having fun with it. Clearly his builds were boring. He spent a lot of time just looking at the work in progress area instead of actually exploring the game. You know, that game has move tech with those dual daggers that he had. You can like fucking shift sprint your way through the game at like a rapid pace, and at no point did he ever even make a move tech at all. He fundamentally didn't know how to play the game like make a bed, and he almost cried when he had to kill a fucking chicken and a fox in order to do so. Like, actually, oh, I didn't want to do that, but he made me. Oh god, oh jeez, I would hate to find an animal and have to kill it in this fucking video game. Embarrassing, pathetic.
The only situation where I would go back and play Hightail again is if I get an abundance of people who contact me in the next week and are like, Phil, it's, you know, the situation's changed. The game's very popular now. If you play it again, you're
he's still upset over pork chop. For real.
We'll show up and we commit. We'll support it. Then I'd be like, okay, I'm just not foreseeing that happening. I'm foreseeing that if someone's going to get views on a game like that, it's going to be Asmongold. It's going to be a big streamer who has the audience and has that opportunity to show a game that's lesser known to that audience. And now that audience will actually catch on and maybe check it out. I'll give you an example. All right.
Okay.
Were you aware that Among Us, the game that is now insanely virally popular for many years, has made a ridiculous amount of money and all of that, right?
Were
you aware that Among Us was out for years and years before it ever was popular? No one played it. No one knew about it. And then all of a sudden one day, a popular streamer streamed it, and their audience saw it, talked about it to other big streamers. The other big streamers then tried it. Next thing you know, Among Us is one of the most popular games in the world. Out of nowhere, simply because a big streamer played it. Not because some little rinky-dink guy of my stature gave it a shot, but because someone huge did, right?
Okay.
These kind of games, I have no problem checking them out, but this is a lesson that we have to learn over 2026, that sometimes we'll check.
Seven saying that's how it works. Yeah, that's how everything works. Like, nobody knows about something until somebody else says, hey, do you know about this thing I happen to see? And then they show it to people that they know. I mean, and it works even better if the people that they know is a lot of people. The guy just doesn't live in the real world, I guess. He doesn't understand how, like, word of mouth, you know, spreads around and people find out about new media, new ideas, new concepts. Okay.
Out a game and it'll be interesting, like Quarantine Zone, because it's actually truly unique and something that'll maybe be awesome for further gameplay. And then other times there's going to be something like Hightail where it's just not going to work. And that's okay. I want everyone to understand that too. Like, because I think people will be upset or, oh, Phil, that sucks because everyone else is playing it. Yeah, but I'm not everybody else. I'm not.
Ain't that the truth?
Just because I play a game that no one heard of doesn't mean that all of a sudden thousands and thousands of people will now try it. It doesn't happen that way. I'm not popular. You have to understand, I'm not popular. And I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay.
He's the only one coping with this, though. Nobody else is saying, DSP, if you play this game, you're going to get 1 billion views and everybody's going to show up. They're just saying, hey, DSP, you can't blame the fucking game for your low view count because other people are playing the game and they're getting high view counts. So clearly it's not the game. It's the other common denominator here. It's almost like maybe the person playing the game is the problem or something. He's the only one who's out here saying that people are expecting him to get as many views as fucking... Moist Critical. I wanted to call him White Boy 7th Street. That's a different guy entirely, completely unrelated. Thank you so much to Sir Spoon first with the 2. Thank you. Saying every second word out of his snout is money. This is true, and it always is. And I'll show you the bag after. I'll show you the goal bag after this super cool board meeting that we're in. And Vin missed with the 2, saying, reminder that he wears cologne alone in that room. Thank you for the reminder. I'm a big fan of that fun fact myself. Thank you, Pat Noticer, for the 2 months, saying he wants people to promise they'll support games in advance. Yes, this is an old strategy, of course. This goes back as far back as Patreon. We need a pre-buy-in, and then we need money on the stream, and then people also have to watch it on demand, so we make the ads. Or it's not a successful game. Obviously, it's not good for the business, and this is our job, you know.
With the audience level that I have and the level of success that I have. I really am. In fact, I'm blessed to be as successful as I am with the level that I have. You know what I'm saying? Like, people usually who only bring in a few hundred views per video and only get a few hundred viewers per stream can't make a living doing it. But I'm lucky because I am in that situation. I'm incredibly grateful for it, and thank you to everyone who makes that viable.
He's doing the prayer hands.
But what we have to figure out is
Classic.
that not every game is going to work, and just because it's virally popular elsewhere, it doesn't mean it will work on this channel. And right now, I can tell you it didn't work. And even if the game's becoming more popular now, it's not equating to views here. In fact, watch this.
This is so dumb.
While we've been staring at this page for the last 10, 15 minutes, these videos didn't even get a single view.
No way.
Not one view.
Huh?
While we were talking about it live, no one thought to go click on a video.
Why would they?
I'm serious.
Why would they click off the stream that's currently happening right now to watch a video that you already did and they can just watch later if they were interested? What the fuck are you talking about? This is so stupid. This doesn't prove anything other than that DSP's brain doesn't fucking work.
If Asmongold farts on something, 1,000 people flock to it.
The amount of people that are watching him right now is under the view count that he currently has on those videos. They've already seen it, bro. Every single one of those people watched it already.
Do you see the difference? It's called scale. I don't have the scale of these big people. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
All right,
so,
sounds good.
And by the way, someone said that's jealousy. What's jealousy? I'm stating a fact. Again, I'm happy with who I am. I'm happy with the level of success that I have. But things that work for the big boys don't work for me. And vice versa. There may be things that work for me that don't work for them. Right?
Yeah, Asmongold could never get away with a closet clean. Oh, actually, he does, doesn't he? Doesn't he clean his room and then he brags about it on Twitter a lot? Never mind. Asmongold could never get away with a Indivestance Day. Absolutely, he would be felted if he tried. He would get no money if he tried Indivestance Day.
So, FYI,
Moist Critical would never receive $1 for a top 10 disappointing games of the year, where all the games are just disappointing because he didn't make money. He would never get any money.
I think we're going to play Quarantine Zone tomorrow night. I don't think we're playing Hytale again. Maybe that will change, but I don't foresee that changing in the near future. I don't know what possibly would turn around interest for Hytale on DSP Gaming. I don't know. I don't know how to make the game look better. I played it for 3 hours and I gave it an honest shot and I really analyzed it compared to Minecraft and I told you what I liked about it. What else can I do?
There was no analyzation in that video whatsoever. None at all. And again, it's because he's just not familiar with the mechanics of either of the games at all. He could not tell you specifics, but we're going to pretend as though we did. Guys, the Hytale's got cooking. Puts it a step above, and that's about all he had to say. Thank you, Adam Corona, for the 2, saying calling other men big boys is crazy work. Well, DSP's been doing a lot of experiments lately, so his vocabulary is not exactly. I think his whole vocabulary is in question, as well as his actions. To be honest, as far as calling people big boys, if you know, you know, you know.
Okay. Definitely not French, who did 500 kicks and says, I like Hytale. You can't let trolls dictate your content with negativity. It's nothing to do with that. It has to do with the amount of people who showed up, engaged, supported, and then watched after the fact. And as you can see, attendance on the stream was good. Engagement was 50-50. Half the people said they liked it.
Oh, like
half
hindsight.
The people said
I love
they
that.
didn't. Support was basically dictated by a singular person who did one giant contribution. most other people did not. I mean, I streamed the game for an entire hour and I made $7. Okay? And after the fact, the views are awful. Right?
But he streamed it for an additional hour and then made $120. So we're just gonna forget about the latter half. We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Okay, that's fine. Whatever.
So,
and I thought we weren't Mr. Views anymore. I thought we told Wings that you don't have to give a shit about views as long as your audience is engaged in giving you money. Like, we're going back on everything that we say about our content on a regular basis simply to shit on Hytale and have an excuse to not play it later.
Obviously, it says to me, we don't want
Which
this
is
game.
fine.
All right? It's cause and effect. I analyze the reaction I get from content, and I decide if I'm going to continue with it or not, and it looks to me like no one cares about that game. I'm sorry. I mean, it's factual. I'm not making it up. You just saw it in black and white. I'm literally sitting here talking about the game for 15 minutes, and the views didn't even go up by 1. That means no one cares. Okay?
Also, I don't know that views update like that on YouTube. I guess I've never looked, but I don't know that you can, check them 1 minute and then check them 10 minutes later and they've updated on like the homepage like this. Maybe it is. Maybe it's true. Maybe it does work that way, but
cool. Now, thank you.
I've never tried. I'm not that desperate.
Ooh, Wings of Redemption Depression stream. I gotta check that out later. That sounds like fun. Okay.
Anyways, that's called foreshadowing. Wait, that's what we call that in the business. That's foreshadowing. For those of you that don't know.
Right. Here's the deal. You guys said you felt that I wasn't getting enough progress in Arc Raiders because I was only playing it twice a week. I was doing it as like one daytime stream and then maybe like one night stream. All right. So only playing it for around 4 or 5 hours a week. People were starting to actually say, we like it, but you're basically just not getting far enough in. You're not learning enough at a rapid enough pace. If you play it so slowly, the hype for this game is going to die out. All right. And I said,
Siru, thank you for the 5 Canadian, saying derail. But did you see the super chat Phil received that asked, Phil, do you think of LTG while eating a Snickers bar upside down? Disavow, but I laughed. Yes, the one that was asking about the Snickers bar vein touching his tongue. Comedy. And then DSP's reaction, of course, was I don't know a good way to put it, because he obviously shied away and couldn't have any fun. So I hope it's in the clip. I have a clip. I haven't watched it all the way through because I watched that bullshit live. So I hope it's in there. If not, I'll try and find it for you guys. Very, very entertaining. Thank you, Siru, for the 5.
All right, fair enough. Since people are now saying that, I think what we'll do is we'll play a little more. Maybe this week we'll do an experiment. Let's try to play Arc Raiders 3 times instead of 2. Now, to be clear, Arc Raiders has done very well on this channel.
Yo, Nick Gurr, they deveined the Snickers? I never heard this. This is news to me. Did Snickers just get notched down in, a rank on the tier list? If you don't put the Snickers vein on, I'm out, buddy. Come on. There's very few things. I'm going to stop. I'll just stop. We'll move on positively.
Usually when I play Arc Raiders, we get good attendance, good engagement, and pretty good support. It hasn't always been well supported, but for the most part, it does well with support when I play it. Okay?
The vein is the best
this
part
week,
of the Snickers.
I decided I'm going to play it 3 times. We did it as the daytime stream on Sunday.
You ever scrape the vein off with your teeth? That's what's up,
I'm playing
Tubes.
it as the daytime stream.
It's like eating the corners of the pizza roll before you eat the pizza roll. It's like the pre-eating ritual, if you know.
Tomorrow. Well, when I played it last night, guess what? Attendance was low, engagement was pretty low, and support was the lowest it's ever been for Arc Raiders. We didn't even hit $100. I think we were at like $70. That's it. That stream of Arc Raiders last night did worse than Quarantine Zone, Hytale, Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
Oh my God.
It even did worse than the stream of the Disappointing Games Countdown and Pokemon last week.
Oh my God.
That was the worst performing stream that I've had this year.
Oh
right?
Man. So we're taking it off of the schedule, right, guys? Arc Raiders is banned and we're not playing Arc Raiders anymore. Is that you think that's the conclusion that we've come to? Because this is a business and we have to play games that make money. We can't have low engagement, low support streams. We could just go play something else.
That's a horrible sign. What that tells me is that I made a miscalculation. That playing it so close, I mean, just played it Sunday, then I played it Tuesday, now I'm playing it again Thursday, right? That's not good. That means that I probably shouldn't be playing it that much. And the feedback
Maybe
that I
be
was
playing
getting,
it at all.
although it may apply to the level of the gameplay. Meaning, yeah, me playing this game 3 times
KPIs are very low.
and
Shut
ultimately
up.
I'll get better runs. I'll
I'm
get
so
more
tired
loot,
of
I'll learn
KPIs.
faster. At the same time, I don't think that the market will bear it. And what I mean by that is
the market will what? What could that fucking mean? What market are we? This actually is a board meeting. The market has to bear things now on the DSP gaming stream.
the people who show up for Arc Raiders to engage and support it aren't going to be around for 3-4 streams a week. They don't even want to come by every other day. They want to be here maybe a few times casually to watch it, and that's how it's been, and that's how they're used to watching it. So now me playing it 3 times a week and different time slots, it's not going to work. And that sucks because I was hoping that it would. I was hoping that doing more of what people wanted would work, but it didn't work. All right. So
because of course giving people more of what they want has never worked. Obviously, they hate that. And don't you hate when you get really good food or a Snickers with a vein and you're like, wow, this is delicious. I love this. Oh, another one? Nah, I fucking hate it. I would never accept another one though. Obviously, that's how things work all the time.
I think I made a mistake. And again, this is an experiment. That's fine. When I'm experimenting and I'm trying things to see if it works or not, it's totally fine if something doesn't work. I don't think that Arc Raiders 3 times a week is going to work. I think that maybe twice a week at most is what we want to do, and we want to space it out so it's not every other day. So maybe I do it once earlier in the week, once later in the week, something like that. Okay? Now, there's another element that's been going on with Arc Raiders recently. Okay?
Okay, scrolling,
So,
we're looking, we're scrolling.
When I played it on Sunday, out of nowhere, a YouTuber contacted me. Now, to be clear, I have never spoken with the YouTuber Repsian ever.
So for those of you who don't know, we have a new potential boyfriend in the mix. Okay, forget about all of our past boyfriends. This boyfriend likes to hold our hands in video games. So we are, we're very glad that this one is around right now. Okay, you guys love him. DSP loves him. He's a very meaningful and robust.
I know nothing about this guy whatsoever. Okay. And it was out of the blue. In fact, you know what? Rather than do it this way, let's do it this way. Okay? Makes sense to do this full screen since I want to give a little bit of background of what's going up with things. Okay? So, I don't know who Repsian is. I don't know what kind of content he makes. I've literally not seen a single one of his videos. I know nothing about the guy. Okay? At all.
But we're hanging out with him.
Last Friday, I was playing.
Bro could have done unscrupulous things back in the day on YouTube when people were going ape shit wild with some of their content and saying wild things. But we don't look into them. We don't care. It does not matter. You know how DSP keeps his company. He doesn't know anything.
Street Fighter 6 Friday Night Fights for the first time in a year. And he appears on my stream talking in the chat saying that he wants to play me in Street Fighter 6 and for $50. He says, if I give you $50, will you run a set with me? And I was like, that's weird. Like if a YouTuber who has a verified check mark shows up in your chat, usually the first thing that they don't say is, hey, I'd like to play you in a set of the game you're playing for $50. Normally they'd be like, hi, how you doing? Hi, I'm a YouTuber. You know, and I
Why
like
would
your
they
content,
say that?
something like that. Instead, he just.
Why would they introduce themselves as a YouTuber? You can see the verified check. See, that would seem odd to me. If somebody jumped in the chat and was like, hey, Atlas, I'm another YouTuber and I really like your content. Like, great, bro. Not to be a dick or anything, but like, what is this weird self-advertisement? I think that would be very odd, to be honest with you.
Shows up and
I think the $50 for a set is a little more, it makes more sense given that DSP is A, a known beggar, and B, actively playing a game and refuses to play video games with anybody ever. So like that actually makes far more sense than what he's implying here. That should be said.
challenges me. I'm like, huh? So basically I was like, I'm not sure what this guy's game is. And he basically said, oh, I have a gift card, a $50 gift card to Chili's. And I was like, dude, I don't need a $50 gift card to
Deal.
Chili's if you want to run a set and you're another YouTuber.
Nah, bro, I'm taking the $50 gift card to Chili's. If anybody has a $50 gift card to Chili's that they want to run up a Halo match, I will dick you down in Halo, and you will be everything I'm saying is really sus. You will be dominated, and I will receive my $50 in gift card, and I will take the Atlas out for a triple dipper. Your boy loves a triple dipper.
I'm okay with that. If you guys remember, a year or two ago, I made the public challenge in Street Fighter 6, and I said, I will play other YouTubers and the like in this game. They just have to have the balls to challenge me. Not a single YouTuber stood up. No one. The FGC wants nothing to do with me because they're a bunch of pussies. Mostly because I'm better than a lot of them, and they don't want to admit that. If I beat them, they're going to be embarrassed as someone who is known as the black sheep of the FGC, even though I'm not part of that, you know.
No one calls him that. That's not what he's known as. He's known as a bitch and annoying and not very good and a throw spammer. Those are typically what DSP is known as. He's known as fourth place oftentimes.
Oh God, DSP beat me. Now they're going to look embarrassed. Okay. I was actually pretty good at Street Fighter 6 for a while there, having a ton of characters in Master. And a lot of people who streamed the game weren't even as good as I was. All right?
But he's also known as ATM Burnell. You're correct. Walking ATM. Exactly.
Stepped up and said they wanted to play Street Fighter 6 against me at all. They all just pussied out. So I always did random sets or whatever. Okay? So this guy's showing up.
Halo Wars.
And
Pat Noticer with the 2 saying, bet $25 card to Arby's for a game of Halo Wars. Now, I will accept a $25 card to Arby's. I like their brisket sandwich, and I fuck with a French dip, but I don't even own Halo Wars. I'm not an RTS enjoyer, although I should get Warhammer 40k Dawn of War. I should. It's on sale, but I didn't. I bought Space Marine 2. Hell yeah.
He says, I want to challenge you or whatever. I'm like, I'll play him. I don't give a shit. We'll play right now. Even if I lose, who gives a shit? It'll be a good warm-up, a good return to the series.
And this is incredibly insulting to Jade. To get back to the actual content at hand, the fact that DSP will drop whatever he's doing in order to fight another YouTuber in Street Fighter 6, but has been actively putting off Jade, his biggest and most loyal fan, since the very beginning, is it's actually crazy to me. Little do I feel bad for Jade anymore at this point, because he has exposed his true dent nature, and I've lost a lot of sympathy. But right here, definitely should be leaving. He deserves better than this. Absolutely.
But as I told him that, he goes, oh, well, the game's not downloaded, and my internet's slow, and it says it's not going to be ready for 2 hours. And I said, well, I'm not streaming for another 2 hours, but I am playing this probably next week as well. So we'll come back maybe on, for Friday next week, and we could play. And then he said, all right, and that was it. Like, I didn't talk to him again that night. So then on this Sunday, my first stream of the week, it's Arc Raiders. And I'm playing Arc Raiders, and this guy shows up again. And he goes, oh, I play this. I sent you a DM on X. Can you check it out? So I check out the DM, and he goes, oh, can I have your Embark ID code so that I can be a friend on your list, and then we could do like co-op together in this game. Now, again, keep in mind, I've never spoken with this guy outside of the chat we had on Friday during Friday Night Fights. I don't know what kind of content he makes. I don't know why he would want to team up with me.
Okay.
Okay. So I was like, what the hell? Right. Basically everyone in the chat's egging me on. All right.
And so of course DSP shut him down, because this is really weird. And usually when people in his chat egg him on to do stuff, it's because they're no good trolls and they want to see him fail, right? So DSP did what he normally does, and he ignored everybody and everything and continued about the way that he was already doing things in his comfort, correct?
Everyone's egging me on. Do it. It's a collab. You never do collabs. You never do co-op. Do it. All right, fine. Since the whole chat's egging me on, I'll give it a shot.
Oh, okay. It's just weird that we only gave in and we only do what chat wants when it involves a YouTuber with 700,000 views, and we could potentially get clout off of it. It's so odd how it always works that way. We only have the time of day when it could benefit us, never when it could actually just be entertaining.
So
also, yes, folding for peer pressure over the internet. Hell yeah, dude.
I accept his request, or I sent him a request, whatever it is. We got on each other's friends list. He then goes, oh, by the way, he's on mic. He goes, oh, I played this like over 200 hours. I'm really, really good at it. I have like insane amounts of extra loot and stuff and money. And I'm like, so why does this guy want to play with me? I've played the game around 20 hours at that point, right? I'm just a casual player. I play it twice a week. I'm not some hardcore player. And I even asked him during the stream, I was like, dude, you must do well streaming this then. If you played it that much. He goes, oh, no, I don't stream this game.
I like that DSP was immediately under the assumption when he says that he has like 200 hours in the game, like, oh, you must do really well streaming this, because why else would somebody put 200 hours into a video game if they don't stream it and make money? There's no reason to play that much of a video game if you don't make money off of it. You can't just enjoy video games or anything.
You played over 200 hours of Arc Raiders. You didn't stream any of it. And he goes, no, I have a job offline. I don't actually, like, streaming's not my full-time thing anymore.
LOL. Oh. Nah, buddy, I actually have a fucking job. I play games for fun like a normal person.
Oh, well, that's shocking
Correct.
to hear. If you were a popular YouTuber, prominent and whatever, right? And now you decided, I guess you want to have an offline life. I guess that's cool, you know? But I love what I do. That's why I'm going to try to do it as long as I possibly can as my job. So anyway.
Cope.
We did a run.
No reason to say that whatsoever. He took that as an insult, and then so of course he had to be like, "Well, I enjoy doing this as my job."
In Stellamontis, and he basically put me on a tour of Stellamontis, showing me where the rarest stuff is. It's in the assembly area. He showed me certain loot, and he actually showed me a secret area where you can jump and get a hidden weapon and stuff. I was like, "Oh, cool!" But then we ended up getting killed. And what I actually found out is when you do duos, there's a ton of PvP. Like people are PvPing like crazy, killing each other and trying to steal each other's loot. Notably, if you kill a tough enemy like a Bastion or whatever, you're going to probably get murdered for the loot.
No way. In this PvP game?
Because, like, I lost stuff. During the run, I lost weapons and shit. And, like, damn.
Oh, my God. No way, guys. DSP died in an extraction shooter and lost his stuff. How will he ever recover? This was completely unprecedented. He couldn't have seen this coming. This just never happened before. It's basically the worst thing that could befall you. Oh my God.
And that's not good, right? I did get a few epic items. I put them into my safety pouch or whatever, but it actually like destroyed my weapon load. I was like, that sucks, right? So anyway, we did the one match and that was it. And everyone had reactions to it. Some people thought that it was really cool that I did co-op with someone for the first time in 100 years. Other people were like, immediately, what's this guy's game? Why would out of nowhere, out of the blue, he's on your Street Fighter 6 stream, he wants to play. He's on your Arc Raider stream, he wants to play. He claims that he wants to co-op with you now in this game, and this is weird. And you know what? I'm going to be honest with everyone. I'll agree. That's weird, right? It would have been one thing if he had reached out.
I like that people interacting with DSP and wanting to be around him is just inherently weird. DSP is such a toxic individual that it is just inherently odd that anybody would want to be associated with him in any capacity. Even if it's just playing video games on the internet, that is just too weird because DSP is such an infamous loser. I think that's key.
Behind the scenes.
I think it's great.
And he had talked to me about it and said, hey, I like your content or whatever. And it looked, I see that you're playing this game that I'm good at and I would like to help you. And we had a discussion behind the scenes about it. And then we set it up or whatever. But this is just like on the fly. The guy shows up out of nowhere and does this run. Okay. And now here's the thing. I actually don't know anything else about this guy or if he's ever going to show up again or whatever. Yesterday night, I'm playing Arc Raiders on the late stream. And I've almost done with my stream. In fact, I've played it all night, and we have like one drop left, one run left. Out of nowhere again, he shows up on my stream in chat. Hey, I want to do a drop with you. I got time for one. Like, well, I only have time for one. We got to hurry up if we're going to do it or not. So we hurried up and we set it up.
Put him on a time frame.
This time we went to space.
I only got fucking 10 minutes for you. I got far more important shit to do. You know how many Hogans I have to pull after this stream, buddy? I hit the goal, so...
Space, whatever it's called, like the spaceship launching pad. I forget what the name of the stage is. And he goes, well, what do you really need? I said, honestly, I need a few parts. Like, I need the, not the scouter. I forget what it's called, the rolling ball guy that's really elusive. I need more parts for him. I need leaper cores.
DSP very, very clearly in tune with the game, very knowledgeable, very aware of the mechanics. Can't even recall what the fucking enemies are called.
I definitely need Bastion batteries or cells or whatever they're called, because I've literally never killed a Bastion before. And he goes, all right, let's go. Let's kill a Bastion. All right, if you think you're confident you can do it. And he showed me how to do it. What you got to do is you lure one to an area where it can't hit you. You just peek out and you keep shooting it in the kneecap till the knee gets disabled. Once it's disabled, you climb up on top, you put a mine on its head, you jump off and run away, and the mine will blow up and insta-kill the Bastion. So we were able to loot the Bastion together, and I got all of the Bastion cells I needed to do an upgrade in one shot.
So he showed him the cheese, essentially. All that fucking story so that he could just say that this guy hopped in the game and showed him a cheese strat that he could have looked up on the internet in a fraction of the amount of time. Very, very cool. Bro just needs to watch tutorials on YouTube at night instead of fucking trying to DM goddamn LTG or whatever, hanging out in the Kino Casino chat.
Oh, holy crap, that's incredibly useful. You know, so I thanked the guy, and basically after that he dipped, and that was it. Now, I'm playing, you know, Arc Raiders again tomorrow. I don't know if he's going to show up or not. I haven't spoken with him at all. If he shows up, do we do more co-op or not? The thing is, it's more like am I learning when I play with Repsian? Yes.
Well, learning...
I'm learning new areas, secret areas to find items.
But is he going to remember? Like, you're not learning if you don't remember or you're incapable of doing the strat without the additional help. So, like, it remains to be seen that he's actually learned anything. If he doesn't retain the information and actually utilize it, it's kind of like his Minecraft shit. He never retained any of that information or any of the mechanics. He doesn't really know how any of it works. He always needed to be reminded and retold how it worked to ever do anything. So, no, he didn't learn Minecraft despite the handholding. He probably isn't learning Arc Raiders this way.
And
he's being
I
carried.
had no clue how to fight the Bastion, and he basically showed me a really effective way to take down a Bastion for myself. So that's great. But at the same time, let's be very honest about here. I'm being carried. It's not like I'm slowly, sequentially getting better. I'm literally getting handheld. I would compare it to, if you remember many years ago, I was absolutely awful at FromSoft games. I just sucked at them. I didn't understand them or their elements. And then after basically having quit Dark Souls, I later on decided to be a live streamer. And when I started live streaming, people showed interest in having me return to Dark Souls and guiding me through it. And that's exactly what happened. I would summon and people would guide me through the whole game, carrying me through all the areas, the secrets, the bosses, so I could basically see the whole game. And once I saw Dark Souls for what it really was, the incredible amount of content that it had. Is it playing the same song again?
Oh, hang on, guys. We got to stop for the music. Hang on.
I'm going to play some different music.
We got to derail.
For some reason, it keeps playing the same few songs.
The story
today,
wasn't long enough.
So we'll change the music up. So basically, after having a tour of Dark Souls, I understood more what the game was. And I was like, oh, I like this game. I want to actually try to play it for myself and learn it now. And then I did. And now to this day, I play all the big FromSoft games. I enjoy them. I love them. I do well at them. The playthroughs are great. So if anything,
I love them. I enjoy them. And the playthroughs do great. I like that he had to sneak in that last one. It wasn't just enough to enjoy the games and like them and make them a part of your content. Also, the playthroughs do great, guys. I guess this is actually still the board meeting, so it's right in.
Look at the situation and you're like, well, if Phil sometimes gets exposure to things he doesn't understand in a franchise he could do better, then maybe teaming up with someone like Repsian in a game like Arc Raiders, right, would work out. Maybe I'd actually do way better and I'd learn and I'd improve my gameplay and all of that. At the same time,
one day.
That's not legitimately learning the game either. That's
no, it's
just
not.
literally being carried and getting an accelerated tutoring, right? Getting coached, essentially, into knowing how to play the game better. Is that a better way to go about it?
An accelerated tutoring.
I don't know. It's not that people were complaining about what I was doing at all in Arc Raiders. People seemed to be enjoying it. And to be honest, yeah, when this guy shows up and he's like, oh, I want to do co-op, it seems like that's all anyone starts talking about. Instead of it being me doing a run or, you know, I mean, oh, you got to do the co-op. You got to team up with this guy, do the co-op, right? So here's the thing. Tomorrow, I don't know what's going to happen. I might play Arc Raiders, and the guy never shows up, and that's fine. I just do a normal stream. Or he might show up and want to do co-op, and now what do? Do I keep playing co-op and get my hand held?
Bro, it's up to you. He could just tell this guy no, right? Like, I thought DSP's the master of his own destiny, makes all of his own decisions. He's his own boss. Just if you don't want to play, you just tell him no. And then if you do want to play, you can play however long you want. And if you only want to play for a couple of drops like you have in the past, you can just say, hey, yeah, we'll do a couple, and then I'm going to go back to playing single player, and I appreciate your help or whatever, you know, a little change it up variety style and just move. Like, we could incorporate this, and it would be completely fine. But for DSP, this is some sort of ultra dilemma that he has to run across his chat to see how they feel about it or whatever is going on right now here. Very long-winded story. I apologize if you're getting lost in the nonsense.
I don't know, right? Now, here's the other thing, too. Can we be honest here? No one here is stupid. We know that there's some underlying reason the guy's
That's not
doing
true.
it. And it's not because it's the kindness of his own heart, and the guy all of a sudden mysteriously got turned on to me and my content, and he likes me now, and he wants to help me game. I mean, originally, he challenged me on Friday for a $50 match in Street Fighter 6. What gives about that? The guy isn't a competitive fighting game player. So what made him want to do that? That doesn't seem to make sense, does it? Now, all of a sudden, he's actually good at Arc Raiders, and he decides that he wants to play Arc Raiders with me all the time and help me out in it. Let's be honest, it's suspect. Okay?
Yes, wanting to hang out with DSP is absolutely suspect. I agree. One of the few times I have to say that DSP is right, and of course, it's come to everybody's attention that this person is a former Onision A-Log and is actively interviewing other lolcows. So he's definitely involved in a lolcow-esque environment, and that is the reason that he is fucking with DSP at this point. What his ulterior motive actually is remains to be seen, but it's not out of the kindness of his heart. He just wanted to show DSP around the fucking map. I'm not buying that. Thank you, Pat Noticer, for the 2, saying asking permission to play video games with someone. Yeah, he even offered $50 in chilies, dude. It's not even just asking for permission. It's offering a bribe with it.
It's suspect. Right? Is it not? Now, here's the funny part about all of this, because some people are saying things like, well, the reason that he's doing this is because he's working on trying to snake you. He's going to try to ask you for an interview.
Snaking? No way. Never heard of that before. This is once again what we call in the business foreshadowing.
He's going to try to get in with you to get insider information. Right now, there's conspiracy theorists in the Kick chat saying, he's working with Kino Casino. He's secretly working with Keemstar. They're all trying to get stuff on you, Phil. They're all working against you. Listen, I've been through a lot.
They don't even know that DSP is the true apex predator. He is the kingest of snakes there's ever been, okay? They can't even fathom the 5D chess that he's playing right now, actually. He's literally doing it right now. He's got his whole game plan lined up, and they don't even know. I thank you, NWO News, for the 2, saying getting more honesty in 5 minutes than 13 years. I agree.
In all the time that I've been a YouTuber and a creator. I'm not going to rule it out.
He's being very blunt about this.
All right. But at the very same time, there has been absolutely zero discussion about anything whatsoever outside of just doing some co-op in a game. Zero. He has not said a word to me behind the scenes about anything. Okay? Right now, if he were to say to me, hey, you want to do an interview? You know what I would say? No. I have no desire to do an interview. I'm good. I'm making content. I'm doing good for myself. I want to keep making said content. I have no desire to do any kind of an interview right now.
Right now.
You know, I would say the one thing I'm kind of interested.
Okay, but okay, but that's where the problem lies, though, is I have no interest in doing an interview right now. But if you had a positive rapport with somebody and you did want to do an interview, would that interview not be with that person? Could this not be a long con? Like he doesn't seem to be putting that together, that could even be the plan there. But of course, he's the King Snake. He has all of the foresight in the world. So I guess I shouldn't doubt him. Thank you, Wesley, 220 for the 5. saying the internet is good for a lot of things, but for Phil it only makes him more paranoid and less social, which usually only happens if you're on 4chan. Partially true. That is true. It does make DSP more paranoid and less social, but you can have that happen through more places than just 4chan. I think the agricultural style website probably helps.
If Asmongold decides to do his podcast, that's gaming related topics and stuff, I would love to be on that show. But outside of that, I'm not looking to do any interviews about my personal life, drama, or anything like that. That's, I'm doing good. Why would I want to invite that kind of attention?
I like that he says, I'm doing good on the tail end of a 40-minute business meeting. We just went through in excruciating detail all of the things that aren't going well, how they're not making money, how we're worried about the games we're playing. But guys, I'm doing well. Everything's on the up and up around here.
Again, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
In addition, can we be honest here? Let's be honest together. Have I gotten any kind of a massive attention boost, popularity boost, positivity in regards to doing 2 team-ups with Repsian? No. I don't think the guy has that kind of clout. I don't think that guy has that kind of attention on himself, that because I'm doing gameplay with this guy that all of a sudden he gets a boost or I get a boost or anything like that. Has it been fun? Yes. To learn more about Arc Raiders at an accelerated rate? Yes, absolutely. That's been fun as heck, I would say. I didn't know how to take down a Bastion. Now I do. I didn't know about the secrets in Stellamontis. So, So here's the thing, and I guess this is what I have to propose to all of you, okay? What do you guys think? Right now, I don't see any harm whatsoever in just doing co-op with a guy, but also I don't want it to become too dominant of the content. Like, let's say, for example, tomorrow, I boot up Arc Raiders, and he shows up, and he goes, I want to do co-op.
What in the god?
Maybe I'll do a couple drops with him, but I don't want the whole stream for me to be co-op with this guy. Because, again, every time I play with him, I'm getting my hand held. So I don't want it to be, Phil gets guided through a 3-hour stream of Arc Raiders. I honestly think that would be boring as tears. You want to see me play for myself, legitimately get loot, earn it, struggle to get it, right? Yesterday's stream,
what they actually want to see is DSP play PvP. They want him to shoot at other players and actually have an experience of the game rather than just running around and ratting. But obviously that is not on the table, because if you kill one person, of course he's going to get thrown into other PvP lobbies, and that's a no-go for the guy. Other players, their skill level is far too high. He has to play with the regarded as robot AI only. Thank you, NWO News, for the 5. Saying Repsion tried to finger his butt, so he turned around and dommed LTG the very next day to throw off the scent. I don't know anything about that. I'm gonna have to take your word for it. I'm gonna believe that is the gospel. Repsion is a butt fingerer and had sexual relations with that peanut butter complexioned individual. There's nothing I could do. That's what I was told.
It was a good one because I had 3 amazing quick runs, and then all of a sudden I got screwed. The game got me, the Bombardier or whatever it's called, destroyed me, and I lost weapons and stuff. Like, oh man. So, but then I came back after it. That's the drama of the stream. That's what works. That's what makes it entertaining. Not, I joined with a guy, and the guy literally held my hand as we ran through the whole thing, and he saved my ass several times and gave me a bunch of loot to take home. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's even not really the spirit of the game, right?
I'd say the spirit of the game is not to run away from every single player you see and act like a bitch, but it actually turns out that a very large portion of that community plays exactly like that. The game's, from what I hear, the game is like 70% PvE at this point.
So, right now, what are my feelings? Casually playing with this guy in Arc Raiders is fun, but I don't want to do it nonstop. Like, maybe every once in a while we would do it, but I don't think that we're going to be doing it all the time. Like,
he wants to casually see this fella.
Or whatever, maybe I'll do one, but I don't want to have the whole stream be that. You know what I'm saying?
He doesn't want to go steady. He just wants to casually see him.
The thing that's kind of the red flag, why did he show up on Friday and challenge me to Street Fighter 6? That's just so bizarre that would happen. This guy's not a fighting game player. He doesn't even have the game installed, right? And all of a sudden he wants to challenge me to a set in Street Fighter 6. You know what's going to happen if I play him in Street Fighter 6? I'm going to destroy him. I'm literally going to demolish the guy. He probably won't win a round. Seriously. So
okay.
I don't even understand. Like, where did that come from? You know?
Right. A lot of bravado and confidence on that, which I guess is justified if the guy doesn't play the game, but just no reason to say that. I don't know, man.
So
Very
what do you guys
odd.
think? Here, I would love feedback. You guys
Boosting
know
his
better
own
than me.
ego there.
What do you guys know about Repsian? Do you think he's trustworthy to do co-op with? Do you think he's actually laying out a ginormous master plan behind the scenes to snake me? What do you think? Because here's the truth. Everyone's going to send Repsian clips of this discussion right now. He's going to be well aware that we just had it publicly. So it's on him now to figure out what he wants to do. And quite frankly, if he had any underlying, purpose to wanting to do co-op, it's been destroyed. Like I already said, I'm not going to be doing an interview. I'm not going to be...
Not right now, is what you said. You didn't say that you weren't going to do one. You just said you weren't interested right now.
Giving the guy insider info about my life. It's not going to pan out to be anything that's that kind of content for him. So if he was even thinking about doing that, that hope has already been dashed, right?
Okay.
So let's see what happens, I guess. Again, I don't talk to him. So I have absolutely no clue if this guy would be interested in showing up again tomorrow to do more or whatever or not. So I guess we'll have to see, right? Okay.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks for the information, DSP. What a great
everyone
board
has a different
meeting.
opinion. Some people are saying, yes, the guy's outright trying to snake you.
This is the questions, comments, and concerns that they do at the end. If anybody has anything to say after the meeting, this is that section. Very cool. Thank you, Adam Corona, for the 2. Saying Repsian is rubbing his hands like Birdman right now. He's just waiting in the wings. Yeah, he looks like he's making Play-Doh turds.
He's trying to mess with you. Some people are saying, no,
I
this
agree.
guy
Thank you, Adam Corona, for the 2.
is a fan of yours and he just wanted to do some co-op with you. And others are like, maybe it's somewhere in between where he is hoping that eventually he can get something out of it, but we don't think that it's malicious intent. So there you go. Ultimately, there's only one person who can actually answer these questions, and his name is Repsian. And I'm sure that he can answer it for himself. Like, the truth is, I don't even want to have him come on my stream and answer the question. I don't care.
Why? But why not? This is so fucking weird to me that DSP would rather have these weird public discussions about the underlying plot that Repsian could be having instead of just asking him while they're playing, while he's being handled. Be like, hey, so what's up? What's going on here? Like, why are you here? Do you really fuck with the content? Are you just on some weird shit? Like, what's going on? Instead of just doing that and being upfront and having that conversation, then he'd rather do this weird public thing. It's because he's pussy? Yeah, probably. I mean, of course, Repsian could just lie. That is obviously an option. And DSP has a terrible barometer for character, of course. He hangs out with Ethan Ralph, for fuck's sake. But, like, we could just do this all, like, person to person. Instead of this weird fucking, I'm going to call it third-party style conversation here.
But I've made my case that, like, I'm not going to be doing drama content. I'm not going to be doing an interview. Like, that's not happening. So I'm here making my own gameplay content. And if the guy does show up and he wants to do a drop or whatever, I'm okay with it. If he actually shows up for Street Fighter 6 on Friday, he's like, hey, I downloaded the game and I want to do a set with you. Yeah, I'll play him a set quick. I'll probably wipe the floor with him. It's Street Fighter. I've been playing it nonstop since I was a kid. I'm probably going to destroy the poor guy.
That's not even true. He's actually just lying. DSP went extended periods of time without playing Street Fighter after Street Fighter 5 came out. But okay, been playing since I get what he means, but it's not nonstop. We're just.
But I'm not
just
going
wanted
to
to
make
sound
every
cool,
art
I
creator stream
guess.
all about him, because then the content I feel will be negatively affected. And at the same time, I haven't seen any giant positive impact from co-op with the guy anyway, besides me learning more about the game, which is cool. But it's not like, oh, Phil, did you see the giant popularity boost you got because you collabed with Repsian? No, I haven't. So I don't really think there is one. I think it's just something fun to do, right? Is that fair enough? Does that make sense? I just wanted to get this out there because people have been talking about this. And they've been, bringing it up, and I'm like, I don't know anything. Like, I literally don't know anything, and I'm not part of it. So.
All right. So nothing out of the ordinary for the guy. He doesn't know anything. Yeah. He's completely out of the loop, and that's just the way that it always is. So pretty much a nothing burger on the latter half of that. But of course, he has a new boyfriend. So our first gaming soulmate of the year, nice and early in January. So you know, it's nice to start early so that we can have an extended style saga. Now I promised I would show you the begging, as I have it right. Oh yeah, I do. I promised I would show you the goal begging, because the goals are back until they're not, and DSP just can't help himself. He has begged for so long, and he has relied on the same beg style script for such an extended period of time. It is actually engraved into his brain, and he defaults to it like you would default to a comfort meal when you don't know what else to make, you know? The way that you go about your daily morning routine to go to work, and you can do it without thinking. Get up, take your piss, fucking brush your teeth, grab your lunch for the day, grab your keys, put your boots on. DSP has that for begging. And it's so bad that he does do it without thinking, but now that he's gotten rid of the goals, he has to change it up. So there was this from Street Fighter 6 the other night.
Just play this once a week and play with a new character. So if you actually want to see a new character, I need you guys to hang out, engage, and support with Street Fighter. All right? And right now, it's pretty good. Let's keep that rolling. Let's hit some goals tonight, right? Let's get some goals. There is no goal. We're good. I'm happy right now. But obviously, more support for Street Fighter means maybe I could consider playing it more during the week.
Guys, the first one was genuine. He really said that shit completely naturally, and then had to cope with a double down and to scoff and laugh at it. And they're like, "No, guys, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding." He really meant that shit. His brain just goes to it naturally. It's like he doesn't even know. Straight autopilot. Absolutely. There's no goals, but guys, we got to hit the goals. And that's what he's asking for anyway. There's no goals, but we have to hit this arbitrary amount of money, which also happens to be what the goal used to be, in order to continue to play Street Fighter 6 and use these new characters. Absolutely. Absolutely just a goal. But we have to pretend as though we don't. So there is that. Then I have the clip. We're finally moving into the actual meat and potatoes of the week. The thing that you have all been waiting for the last couple of days, the absolute nightmare shit show, king snakening nonsense, puppet mastering. The plot of the century has been played out. And it really does start with DSP deciding to do his grand experiment of drama content. He decided that he was going to watch LTG, watch Wings of Redemption, but all of it is they're all detractor videos. I'm not gonna go through the dented, train of detractorception, as he was calling it. You understand what's going on here, because of course he can't just watch original content or go clip it himself or find a non-edited clip. He has to watch detractors, because that's okay for him to do, but not other people. So I'm not going to make you watch the whole thing, of course, because in all honesty, it was fucking terrible. He dawdled around for an hour and a half, hyping up the stream, waiting for people to show up. He took like 4 piss breaks. He had to find the correct music to hype it up. It was awful. It was terrible. It was no good. It was very bad. So I just have this one clip towards the end of it, where I think this is arguably the only thing that actually was entertaining throughout the whole thing. So here you go.
Some people argue that this guy is enabled by his audience to live the lifestyle that he lives. That maybe if people were like, well, we're not going to support you if you just keep eating this way, that then he wouldn't be able to do it. That's a hard thing to say, but at the same time, when you think about it, well, yeah, he's spending all the money that he makes on his streams to order out this food. If he actually was ordering healthy food, if he was cooking, preparing meals that were good.
If he was ordering healthy food, just naturally goes to like ordering food, not even if he was cooking at home, because I think that's what most people would say in opposition to ordering fast food and getting it delivered, is if you just cook at home. But DSP immediately goes to ordering healthy food.
Good for him.
It's almost
Not
like
only
his
would he
natural state is
save money
DoorDash.
because that's cheaper than fast food these days, but he'd also be getting healthy.
Yeah, DoorDash a Wendy's salad instead of the fucking chili wings. Pay attention, buddy. It's simple math here. Calories in, calories DoorDashed. Thank you, Crooked Hound, for the 2, saying, in other words, he sucks at being a detractor. Yes, and if I can be a bit more specific about his incessant stalling, you could count this as stalling if you'd like. That's fine. I got home from work, 12-hour day. DSP, I got DSP on. I'm laying in bed. I'm tired. I'm gonna take my patented 3-hour nap. Rights reserved. Please, you're not allowed to take 3-hour naps. Only me. I'm getting ready to fall asleep, and the guy is just refusing to start. I'm listening. I'm waiting. I want to know what the subject matter is. The second he goes to start, I hear the intro music play. It's a Red Dale video. He's got like an LTG meme intro, and DSP starts breaking down every single fucking video that's included in that intro to try and like clue his audience in on what the reference is to. God, that fucking sucked. Imagine pausing a memology video to explain every single DSP clip that gets thrown in as an edit. It is actually a masterclass and this is how you don't detract. It is pretty embarrassing that he can't even detract in a proper manner. Embarrassing, pathetic. So I actually wound up falling asleep instead of watching it live because the guy was taking too long to start. And then when I woke up an hour later in my nap, I'm hearing the fucking the break music, and I'm like, is it over? Is he gone? What's going on? He's on fucking break. So I run it back an hour to the exact same fucking point, and I fell asleep again before he started. I had to catch the whole thing on replay. I've never had that experience in my life. I think that really is a testament to how bad it was.
So why is it that when he streams games, people are throwing money at him and saying, here's $100, all right? I want you to hit your goal, pimp. And then he's like, oh, thanks. And then next thing he's doing is he's eating a fast food meal on the stream. But I want you to do well. I want you to have success. Here's money. And then he spends the money on the bad thing, right? That gets me, right?
Why?
And the other thing, again, like I said, maybe
DSP is oddly concerned about what Wing spends his money on, but it refuses to ever acknowledge that the things that he spends his own money on is also incredibly retarded.
Would actually be able to be successful
it's
if he
my
had
money.
a support
I can spend it on whatever I want is his actual cope, but apparently it's not good enough for Wingo.
System in place that would help him to be successful. But I don't think he has it. I don't think that he has family, friends, relatives, or anyone around him that can help him. What he has is enablers. All right? Enablers. That's what I meant to say. I stuttered there. He has a group of moderators.
Did he stutter, though? I'm going to run that back, because I don't think he did stutter. Out of all of the times the DSP fucks up and slurs his speech, I don't think that was that, but he wound up correcting it anyway.
Anyone around him that can help him. What he has is enablers. All right? Enablers. That's what I meant to say. I stuttered there.
Sure.
He has a group of moderators, family members. They all enable him to do whatever the hell he wants. They kind of coddle him, and they protect him, and they keep him in this bubble so he can live that lifestyle for as long as he humanly wants. But in truth, he shouldn't be able to. There should be people who are interjecting in his life and saying, this is an intervention, dude. Like, you're going to kill yourself. Why are you acting this way every single day, on stream, off stream? How can you do this to yourself? Don't you understand that you're married and you have a family and you have a responsibility to your wife and your animals and everyone to be there for them?
Keep in mind, all of this could, of course, be said towards DSP as he spends infinite money on DoorDash and WWE champions and is actively going into bankruptcy and not having enough money to pay his bills and get groceries. All of that worrying that he did for, a decade plus. All of that could have easily have been directed right back at him in the exact same way. Wouldn't have been about being a fat piece of shit. I mean, he was, but it wouldn't have been about that. But of course, we don't see how this relates to us whatsoever.
So why are you doing this to yourself? Why is no one doing this for this man? Why is there no one who cares enough about him to stop this behavior, or at least to try to interject into the behavior to stop it? I'm very confused about this, because in truth, I know that I have that with my wife, Kat. All right, ever since I met her and we got married and everything, my life has just become better and better and better and better. She is the person who convinced me to eat healthy, to eat less. Let's eat less red meat, less fatty foods. Let's go to chicken. Let's go to turkey. Let's eat the healthier alternatives. She learned to cook them so that I could have a healthier lifestyle.
So then what happened to her, bro? That I'm really struggling to believe that, like, I mean, I guess he doesn't fucking cook, so it had to have been her idea to go to all of those things anyway, even though I thought he quit red meat ages ago because of his gout or whatever. But I mean, I struggle to like figure out what the fuck happened to her then. If it was her idea to start eating healthier, it was her idea to start living a better life, how did she start living a worse one? I think you Sir Spoon for the two, saying he's got to be doing that projecting on purpose. Well, it was part of the master plan, you see. He was being hypocritical so that people would call him a hypocrite. You'll get it. You'll get it when we watch the recap, of course.
For as hard as I work to change and to dedicate myself to not drinking the sugary sodas, to not eating the fatty foods, to not have candy and treats in my diet, I owe just as much to her for being there behind the scenes, working her butt off to learn how to make things healthy in this house. Like most of this stuff,
like the snack pizzas, like the frozen noodles that you eat, like the DoorDash you're constantly consuming.
That we eat these. You want to know what we're going to have for dinner today?
Also, yeah, all of the binge drinking and alcohol that you guys apparently share behind the scenes. Was that her idea or was that your idea, Phil?
Here's what we're having for dinner today. White meat chicken, okay, marinated.
Okay.
We're going to have baby carrots.
Marinated in what, brother? Because if it's marinated in fucking butter and bacon grease, I'm not convinced that that's necessarily the healthiest thing that you could enjoy. I think that white meat chicken is doing a lot of lifting on this this healthy excursion we're having.
We're going to have some diced golden potatoes. She's going to cook that in a Japanese curry sauce, and we're going to have it over white rice. So we're going to have healthy starch. We're going to have vitamins. We're going to have a lot of protein. It's going to taste great. No cheese. No grease. No fat. Healthy. That's our dinner today. That's why I've lost so much weight. If you used to see me years ago and I was like this and I was bloated and I was, that's how I was. That's the reason why I have improved. Yes, it is me making the right choices. Yes, I'm working out for sure. But that's the real reason, the support that I'm getting behind the scenes of someone who loves me and is saying, I want you to get better. I want you to be healthy. I want you to be here, to be part of this family for as long as you humanly can be so we can have a great life together. I don't think Wings has that.
Well, okay. Well, I do believe it's important to have a type of individual around you that wants to see you do better and whatnot. I think it says a lot about DSP that all of that motivation to take care of himself and to be a proper human being and live in a more healthy way. If you believe what he's saying about working out and eating healthy, which I have my doubts, I think it says a lot about DSP's personality that he's not capable of doing that for himself. That he can't just take care of himself and value his own body and his own health that way. That he needs somebody else to basically do it for him. They have to take over all of the cooking because if it was left up to him, he wouldn't do any of it. He wouldn't bother to learn to cook this way and eat healthier and know about vitamins and nutrients and all of that. The job had to be taken away from him in order for this to be the case. I think that's a failure on DSP as a personality trait. His character is lacking in that capacity. I don't know shit about fucking cooking or vitamins or being healthy. Like I fed myself just fine when I lived alone, but since I got my wife, I don't do any of that anymore. I also don't typically go to the fucking store. So like there's roles that she has taken, but I'm not going to get out here and start fucking bragging about how healthy I am. That's embarrassing and cringe regardless of whether or not it's true. Thank you, Arson Z, for the 5. Saying, what are the odds that DSP and Kat are on Ozempic slash Mounjaro? I don't even know what a Mounjaro is. I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. The odds, I guess, are fairly high. She could be fucking diabetic and actually getting real Ozempic, I guess. I hear GLP-1 is fairly cheap. That's an option that people go for. I wouldn't be surprised if he was taking a shortcut, but he could also just be a gaunt skeleton-style ghoul of an old man at this point, where she eats all of the food off of his plate and therefore he doesn't have a choice. That could also be an option. Thank you, Scrappy CC, for the 2, saying he said he hopes Cat outlives him, so he's not alone. This is true. He has said that before, and I think that's a little detestable, in all honesty. Not that I want my wife to die before me, but the idea of wishing a life for her after me is I think that's kind of sick and twisted. I hope we die together, of course. That's all people should.
And I know what a lot of you are saying, because some people in the chat right now are saying, so what are you saying? He's married. I'm not saying anything. What I'm saying is, where is his support structure to allow this man to be successful?
But GLP-1 is a class of drugs that include Ozempic and Manjaro. Okay. This is how uninformed I am about weight loss drugs. This is not even on my radar. I appreciate the information. Thank you.
Wait. Because he had the surgery. He had the fight. He's had the financial support. He's got all the other pieces to be successful, okay? And I just don't understand what's going on. But the thing is, I'm not there. I don't have the answers. And the thing is, this guy's got detractors who are on his ass all day about it. What is really the story that's going on over there?
He likes to eat, brother.
So confused. All right? And again, I'm just... Here's something else, okay?
Okay, we're just moving on.
I'm watching his stream. His stream. I was not watching a detractor video. I was watching his stream. His wife keeps bringing him food. Fast food.
He asks for it. He asks
all the time.
Yes.
Not infrequently, frequently.
Bro's the man of the house. He pays the goddamn bills, does he not? The house is in his name. If a man wants fast food in his own fucking house, you bring the man his goddamn fast food that he paid for. What? I don't know. I don't agree that he should be eating fast food nonstop all day on stream and being a fat piece of gluttonous shit. But damn, let a man eat his shit if he wants it. Let the man have his slop
all the time. I just don't understand it. Like, these are two people who both want to help each other, who both want themselves to be healthy, to lose weight, to have a good life together, a long, healthy life together. Why are you enabling each other's problem then? I'm at a loss. There was one stream.
Right. Go ahead.
He says, look what my wife just brought me. And he lifts up a bag of mini donuts.
Hell yeah, dude. I would be geeked if my wife brought home a bag of mini donuts for me. You know, sometimes she'll go for like lunch or something and she'll bring me back a soda, and I'm a soda fiend. We don't keep it in the house because I not that I can't contain myself, but I would have more soda than I would want myself to have. So we just don't. She doesn't drink it, and we don't buy it. But sometimes she'll bring me one. That's the best goddamn thing ever. Well, I'm not gonna say that my wife's a shitty person for doing that. That's sick. I love that. I appreciate that.
I think they were the powdered mini donuts. And he goes, so my wife just brought these home, and she said I better eat them because she's not supposed to have them. So I better eat them so she can't get to them. I'm not making that up. That happened on his stream, a gameplay stream. So why do you think this guy has detractors? Right? Now, it's because
because he said something weird about the age of consent. Because he's a fat, depressed piece of shit that makes it everybody else's problems. I think that him being fat is honestly less relevant to all of the other things that people hate him for. He just makes it so much of his content and is like sad and pathetic about it that people make fun of him for it, you know? There's a lot of fat creators that exist and don't get nearly the amount of shit for being fat. It has a lot to do with all of the other things.
It's money. 100%. It's because they make money doing the content they do on him. But this man does not do himself any kind of a service when he's behaving like that, and then he's publicly sharing it with his audience. That, like, even if that's the case, and him and his wife are so addicted to food, they can't stop eating bad, don't show it to your audience, right? So that's what kills me about this is 1,000,000% 1,000,000% am successful with this change that I have had in the last 5 years of my life because of my wife, because of her support, her love, both mental, physical support, cooking, everything, like the lifestyle, the cooking and everything is all because of her. 100%.
Right. It had nothing to do with you. None of the effort was ever on his behalf, yet he's been on stream for how long now, taking credit for all of it and talking about how healthy he is and all the work that he's been putting in. And he's you know, on top of his white horse all of the time, talking about things as though he knows anything about them. Meanwhile, he's not actually doing any of the work.
Yes, I worked hard, but it's only in tandem with her help that I've been able to lose all this weight and become healthy. Okay? He needs that. But it's obvious he's not getting it. All right? From the right people. I mean, again, why, if it's not going to be his wife, he's got to find someone else. It's got to be some kind of a life coach, a doctor, a parent or relative. Someone has to be there to be his support structure, or he will never, ever get better. What he's doing right now is not working, and it will never work unless something changes.
He has to put all of the effort and all of the onus on everybody else instead of himself, or nothing will ever change, is what DSP is selling right now. That to be honest, that could be true. Wings is kind of incapable of changing his weight and taking ownership of his own actions. This is factually true. But I don't know that shifting all of the responsibility onto somebody else is the answer. Just because it worked for DSP and he feels no shame in that doesn't mean that everybody else should be doing the same thing. It's kind of a shitty thing to do, if you ask me. Also, I don't believe that Wings really wants to lose the weight in the first place. I think he actually does prefer the food over losing the weight, no matter how much he claims otherwise. He just values it more, clearly. Thank you, One Testicle Man, for the 9 months, saying, where is Kat's support structure? She definitely needs one or two. You know why. Well, I agree. And yes, I seen it in chat a minute ago, by DSP's own logic, his wife looking the way she does, we'll leave it there, I guess, even though I've said worse. Her looking the way that she does is entirely on DSP, I guess, because he's not good at being a support structure for her. Where is all of the effort on his behalf to ensure that she's going out and doing activities that are healthy and active for her, and ensuring that she's doing all of the things that she's supposed to be doing, and to ensure that she doesn't look the way she does? Clearly none of it. He just pays the fucking bills and sits here and begs on stream while she works her minimum wage job and fills the void, I guess, with food, is what it looks like.
And LTG doesn't get that. He stands here just flabbergasted, right? It's like, no, I can tell you, looking at this man, he wants to change. He wants to lose the weight. He wants to be healthy for himself, for his family. He wants to. He can't.
How?
He's tried. He cannot stop himself. And the people in his life that should be stopping him are not. They're enabling him. It's his wife, and it's his moderators and supporters. I've seen on his stream, he's sitting there crying about how fat he is, and then one of his moderators drops him $100.
Well, look, nobody's ever been more depressed after they got $100. So, I mean, that's really all you can say about that. But I don't know what he expects these people to do for him, to go in and smack the food out of his hands. How do you stop a grown man from eating the food that he wants to eat when he pays for it? I genuinely don't know what the expectation is. There is no answer that is going to work without Wings doing it himself at the end of the day. It just doesn't work that way.
How did that help him? Did that solve the problem? Did that teach him, new life situation? What? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is going on? So you just enabled him to now do the bad behavior more. How does that help? You reward the good behavior. If you are watching a content creator and they're putting out content you enjoy, support it. If they're improving their setup with the support that you give them, support them further. If you think that the things they say and do on a stream are adding to your enjoyment of life, are teaching you things, imparting wisdom upon you.
This is so stupid.
Support them.
I'm a god.
Why on earth would you enable terrible behavior? If you see someone who's going down the wrong path, they're doing the wrong things with their life, you don't agree with them, why would you be then throwing them support? Why then would you bring them the thing that's killing them? I don't get it.
Wings? Okay, look. Kelly is definitely not helping. I'm not going to pretend as though Kelly is helping Wings on his health journey. But Wings has specifically said that basically the only thing that fucking makes him happy at this point in his life, and basically any point in his life, is food. Now, if your significant other is, crying and seething and coping and malding on stream, and they're depressed, and you just want to see them happy because it hurts your heart to see them. Otherwise, you probably, this is not an excuse, but the justification for enabling them is there. Okay, it's to act as though DSP's giving a lot of fucking credit to Wings for not being able to just put down the fork and putting all of the weight, no pun intended, of course, on everybody surrounding him, and acting as though Wings has no responsibility in this situation. And I just don't think that's true, and I don't think that that's right. He even gave LTG shit during this because LTG said essentially that. How hard is it to just put down the fucking fork? Which DSP's like, oh, that's so insensitive. You don't know shit about depression. You don't know shit about addiction, blah, 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 blah. And that just takes all of the responsibility off of Wings in this situation. So thank you, Dexon, for becoming a member of the 60 Skulls. Big ups, bro. I appreciate it. And Pat Noticer for the 2, saying Kelly really enabled Wings falling over like that. It's true. It's true. She enabled his 9,000th downfall. It's a shame. Question mark?
And maybe that's me. I just don't understand it. I don't. Because sometimes it's called tough love. It's called, I'm loving you by doing the thing that hurts you now, but it's going to help you in the long run. And I don't think Wings gets tough love. I think he just gets the wrong people whispering in his ear the wrong things, and he has this circle of people who he feels protected. It's not even just his moderators and his wife. It's the people he plays games with, too. The people he plays games with sit there, and they're whispering in his ear, did you hear DSP talk shit about you today? Man, that DSP guy's a dick. Man, that DSP guy is an asshole. And Wings is like, what are you talking about? Why are you saying that about DSP?
Wait, these people keep... Hang on. How did he bring himself into this?
And he has
I was reading
this circle of people who he feels protected. It's not even just his moderators and his wife. It's the people he plays games with, too. The people he plays games with sit there, and they're whispering in his ear, did you hear DSP talk shit about you today? Man.
What the fuck does this have to do with Wings overeating and being a depressed sack of shit? What? Because they don't like DSP? Newsflash to DSP, if he ever hears this, the majority of people that know who he is don't like him. This is a common sentiment if you're aware of who DSP is. Like, this has nothing to do with Wings.
That DSP guy's a dick. Man, that DSP guy is an asshole. And Wings is like, what are you talking about? Why are you saying that about DSP? Like, I don't dislike the guy. I actually kind of like the guy. I don't you think I'm a dick too, just like him? Yeah, but he's worse. It's like the bug in his ear. It's like the freaking worm tongue in Lord of the Rings. Trying to
DSP must have watched the Lord of the Rings. Holy shit. Lord of the Rings recently. Sorry.
Make this guy think toxic things about people around him. How does that help him? Exactly. And I've seen this behavior long term, like, hurt this man.
Yeah, I'm bone mouthed. Wait, no.
Only people that call it out
I'm not
are
that.
his detractors. Seriously. Like, his detractors highlight those moments, and if you watch the detractor videos, they're like, here's when his moderator tossed him $500 out of nowhere, right? Here's literally when he's in the party, and everyone in his party just talks shit about DSP for literally no reason, out of nowhere.
What does that have to do with being in a bubble of enablers? I'm still fucking confused as to, and what does that have to do with the detractors calling out his bad behavior? They're just clipping the parts that people are going to find interesting, which, again, fun fact here, people find shitting on DSP interesting. There's like a whole community surrounding it or something, or so I'm told, of course. What the fuck does this have to do with you, bro? Anyway, thank you, Panko Breadcrumbs, for the 5. I really do appreciate it. Saying, does he seriously think he's the first guy to tell Wingo he's fat and depressed? No, he's the first person to tell Wingo that because he's fat and depressed, he should quit eating and drinking soda. That's what he's the first person. That's what he thinks he's the first person to do, of course. Thank you for the
Here's
five.
when his wife brought him the bag of donuts. And it's like, holy shit, right? Like, so it's like, the way I see it, there's two things that have to happen with Wings if he's ever going to improve his life situation.
Flat out.
Number one, he has
No
to
more
stop
food.
sharing all of that crap. He has to stop showing him eating and drinking. He has to stop sharing about his family members and things. All that has to end. It has to be when he comes on stream, he's there to play games and hang out with his audience, and that's it. There has to be a work-life separation. It can't be, I tell you everything about my life and what's going on, because that's how you get into trouble.
He's a personality. People do this all of the time. If you're not a fucking if you're not a fucking weirdo degenerate, you can typically share, you know, and you're going to be a personality, of course. I mean, you don't have to be a weirdo degenerate to not share information on the internet. But if you're going to be a streaming, entertaining personality, you can give away information like this. And as long as you're not weird, it's totally fine. I brought him up earlier. Queso's mom has been on stream before, and I don't think that anything negative nor bad has ever happened to Queso because of it, nor his mother, because he's pleasant and his mom seems pleasant. But if DSP were to do that, there would be nothing but relentless bullying for both parties involved, because both of these individuals sound completely awful as human beings.
And number two, he has to find 100%. He has to find people who will support him and give him the tough love he needs so that he can actually change his lifestyle. Because if he doesn't, he will never stop eating. And in another year or two, this man will be bigger, and then he's going to be in the hospital. And the next thing you know,
hospital stream height.
That's the end. Like, I don't want that to be the end of Wings of Redemption. I want this man to have a turnaround in his life. I think he deserves it. I don't think he's the horrible person and the villain.
Why? What does DSP know about Wings of Redemption to think that he deserves some sort of turnaround? Like, I'm not saying that he doesn't. I don't have the most hatred in my heart for Wings of Redemption. I think he's a fat fucking idiot. I think he said some pretty despicable things. He's pushing over your wife is a little tough, to be honest with you. That might be a line in the sand there, to be honest. But I don't know why DSP thinks that he deserves some sort of redemption, some sort of comeback. I just haven't seen, I guess, whatever DSP is seeing.
And that people make him out to be at all. I just don't see it. I don't see this man being an evil, conniving, vindictive person. What I see is a man who's got addictions that he needs to shake, and he's tried again and again and again, and he's failed. Now he needs something or someone to interject to save him. And it's not going to be a moderator dropping in hundreds of dollars to enable him, and it's not going to be his friend group telling him dirty things on his streams to make him think evil thoughts, and it's certainly not his wife.
Telling him dirty things to think evil thoughts sounds oddly sexual. And it's made even more weird when you know that DSP is just talking about himself. The dirty things that make him think evil thoughts are that DSP sucks and is stupid. Heaven forbid you have those dirty evil thoughts about DSP, you guys. What the fuck?
Who's bringing him the bad food? It's got to be someone else who steps into his life.
He wants to have sex with
It's
Wings.
certainly not LTG trying to give this guy advice in this crappy react where he's basically saying the most nonsensical stuff because he has no concept of any kind of empathy whatsoever. He could never understand something that Wings goes through because he's not depressed and he's not fat. So he couldn't possibly say something that's like meaningful to Wings.
So in order to give any life advice or to a fat, depressed person, you also have to be fat and depressed. So there's that. In order to give anybody advice on anything, in DSP's eyes, I guess you have to also have suffered from this affliction. So like heroin users can't get advice from non-heroin users. I want that to make sense in any capacity. Like I feel like non-heroin users are probably the best people to get advice from in regards to not doing heroin, but whatever, man.
Like I'm trying to do here, or helpful. Instead, he's going to say dumb shit. Unreal.
I agree, dude. This is unreal. This is crazy.
Okay. Well,
right.
A bunch of people did some super chats. There was a £5 super chat from Rika. Thank you, Rika. It's funny because here's the thing. Everyone in chat, in the kick chat, is a troll today. And YouTube chat's kind of split. There are a lot of trolls in the YouTube chat, but there's some level-minded people too. But the question is, am I speaking truth?
Hey guys, am I speaking factual? Am I not speaking truths?
If I am, why is everyone so afraid? What are we all afraid of? We're all staring at the same situation going down.
Who's afraid of Wings of Redemption nor the situation or not nor but or the situation that he's in? Where is the fear? What are we talking about?
So why are we all just afraid to say this stuff? Right? I don't think Wings is a villain, but he's a guy who needs help. Or else he's going to eat himself to death on stream right in front of all of us, and we're all going to have to suffer with the fact that we knew it was happening and no one did anything about it. Now, not that we can force ourselves to do anything about it. I'm not going to break into the guy's house and stop it from eating, but someone's got to do something.
Do they? Yeah. Is somebody inclined to do something about another grown man throwing away his life and eating unhealthy to the point of overconsumption and death? Like, I don't know that befalls onto anybody else's responsibility list. You know, out of all of the duties and responsibilities I've had in my life, never has it ever been on that list that I have to save Wings of Redemption from overeating. Never have I seen it on there. No one's ever brought it up to me that I was supposed to be doing that. I wasn't made aware. Why is somebody inclined to do this? I don't know that that's true.
You know, like what the hell? Like, I get it that there's people who sit around, they're like, well, I just want to watch the world burn. I just want to watch the train crash. Yeah, but it's pretty fucked up to see a guy's life, you know, like this in this situation, and just to be like, well, we're making videos on it, so we're making money on it, so it's all good. Well, what if he dies?
What if
then
he
is
dies?
it all good?
It's fine.
I don't think
he's just another person on the internet that died, and he would have done it to himself, which arguably is a lot better than you can say about other people who I've seen die on the internet. Like, what are we talking about here?
So, if anything, listen, my detractors have tried to hurt me a lot. They have, okay? But I've improved myself over these years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have. I've improved my life situation. I've improved my health. I'm getting better. And my detractors razz me for other shit. But this guy, the more that it gets worse, the harassment gets worse, his health gets worse. So I'm genuinely worried about this guy at this point. I really am. I'm genuinely worried that
that's weird. Like, just flat out, that's weird that he is this concerned about Wings of Redemption for some odd reason when they really don't even fuck with each other like that. I'm there's no like behind the scenes relationship. They're not boys in any sort of, you know, way. They don't like play games together secretly. As far as we know, there's no reason for DSP to be this invested in Wings of Redemption nor his health. I honestly just wonder if it's because he sees so much of himself in Wings that like it's like he's saving himself in some sort of weird pignosis style way. Because throughout this entire stream, he kept making comparisons to himself. I used to be with Machinima too. Oh, I also started making content as a living because I lost my job. Oh, we both got banned from Twitch around the same time. Like, that is the only reason I could come up with why DSP would give a shit this much, and that is weird.
We're gonna see this never end because he just doesn't have anyone to improve that situation, you know, help him with it. Anyway, and then there was
Vicarious Redemption. Yeah, it's easier to make somebody else do the work for Redemption Arc rather than him doing it himself. You're right, I guess.
Here, a $5 super chat from John Lowe, and he's basically saying, Wings treat you like trash. How many times did he ignore you, insult you, or cancel plans? I don't know about him insulting me. He's canceled plans with me once. He's ignored me a ton. 100% he's ignored me a million times. But I don't necessarily see that as an insult. I see that as a symptom of the situation that he's in. That's just how he is. That's the life that he's become, is the life of the guy who just sits there and has this routine that he's comfy with, and he just does it all day, every day, and that's getting up, eating the bad food, streaming the schlock content of Battlefield or whatever it is he's going to stream today, try to receive donations, complain if he doesn't, turn the stream off, turn it back on, eat again. It's just this.
That's literally the guy. He actually just described his own content. If you played that for me out of context, I would have thought that he was like trying to quote a detractor narrative about himself, unironically. But of course, I'm falling into the DSP pitfall style trap that he has set for all of us detractors. You guys don't even know because you totally haven't seen the video, of course. I think you Duco Duos for the 25 months saying, hey, Atlas, 25 months. Big ups. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. NWO News with the 2 saying he's just like me. For real, for real. It's true. They are similar in quite a few ways. Thank you, Scrappy CC, for the 2 saying cult leader, save yourself by talking with me. Truly, maybe that's what it is. He's just trying to get another lifelong dent in the most roundabout way possible. I'm just joking. That's far too much work for DSP. He doesn't work that hard for money. He just demands it. It's far easier that way. Thank you for the 2, Scrappy CC. I appreciate it.
Pattern. So anything outside of that pattern he's not comfortable with, he's not going to engage with. Oh, someone actually went ahead and messaged me and said that they want to do an interview. I can't bother with that. That's not part of the routine that I'm comfortable with.
Didn't he do that countless times with a billion different content creators that hit him up in the same way? It's fine.
You know? And that's what it is. He's just become so complacent in this loop that he has of his life.
Right.
And no one's breaking him out of the loop. So it just continues to get worse and go down on the downward spiral. James Chan did $10 and had no idea what he was talking about, so I'm not even going to entertain it because it's factually completely untrue. So there's no reason to even address it because it's not even based in reality. SD Chargers did a $2 super chat. He says, people have been telling Wings this for a decade. Well, I know that. But there's a difference between telling him and then finally someone doing something about it. Because again, I don't think it's us that can do it. We're not going to break his door down to change his life.
What are we doing
legally
here?
Like right now.
What does DSP think that he's doing if not just saying the same thing that people have been telling him for his whole life? Like, what does he think that he's accomplishing right now doing this? I mean, I guess it was the puppet master.
Now, if you go to Wings' house, you break his door down, you get arrested.
That's the only thing that makes sense.
But there's got to be someone, okay, someone in his life, a family member, a friend, someone that can find a way to interject. All right?
What do you want them
There's
to do?
There's got to be. I just don't understand it that we...
Bro is a grown man who pays his fucking bills and lives in his modular style home. Like, what do you want them to do? He does not have friends in real life. As far as I know, Kelly is the only person that Wings is actually in contact with. Like, pretty much, period.
You can all just sit here and watch from the peanut gallery and point and say, he's fat, ha, ha, ha. No, I don't say that. I look at him and I'm like, damn, that's not a bad guy at all. Sometimes I listen to him to make a joke or make commentary. It's genuinely funny or, you know, you laugh. It's insightful. Sometimes he says something stupid that's still funny. It's not mean intentioned. It's not bad. I don't think this is a vindictive guy who wants to hurt others. I just don't think that he's capable of helping himself. So who in life then is going to actually help him? Right?
Great question. It's not you. So let's move on.
I don't know. All right. I got a $3 tip. Jordy is an extremely hard-headed and complacent person. Keem and Boogie tried tirelessly, but Wing seems to always have the I'm too far gone, I'd rather die eating delicious food mindset. He's had this food spiral since his fat camp crash out. That moment really messed him up. Yeah, and again, you know, with that, I don't know the ins and outs of that. That's something I wanted to talk to him about. Exactly what happened, what didn't happen, why do people say that one thing happened and then it didn't or not, I don't know at all.
Right. I wanted to ask him why he pushed his wife over and did some sick DV on stream for the whole stream to see. I was gonna ask him about that. I thought that would be a good question. Totally wouldn't make him uncomfortable, of course. Thank you, Nava Down South for the 2, saying welfare check on DSP's 400-pound wife. Good luck with that, buddy. Good luck. Let me know how it goes for you. I won't do it. Somebody's got to do it. But obviously we can't because we're not there. We're not his family or friends or support system. So
seriously, like
I
don't get it.
Thank you for the 2.
Why this is such a big thing that like ruined him? Because he's already been through a million other things. So why was this the one thing that kind of crushed him and now he's even further on the downward spiral? Like, you can see the video. Did he maliciously assault his wife? No. If he did, he'd be in jail. So what are we freaking out about?
I fucking hate that, by the way. I hate when people say, obviously, clearly, this wrong thing didn't happen, because if so, the powers that be, the structure that surrounds it would have taken action and they would no longer be in the position they are. That's not true. There's so many there's so many powers that be that don't do a goddamn thing on a regular basis about fuck, dude. Happens on YouTube all the time, especially. It's not, and DSP says this himself. If you follow DSP's logic, what the detractors do on a regular basis is there's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. It's not illegal like he always claims it is, because if it was, then YouTube and the authorities and copyright lawyers would have done something about it by now, but they don't. So clearly it's fine. I mean, discounting, and I'm not gonna get on my fucking high horse about goddamn domestic violence right now. This is not the time, nor the place, really. But to discount all domestic violence that doesn't get taken care of by the authorities because clearly it didn't happen if they didn't do something is fucking wild. That's crazy. Yeah, OJ didn't kill that lady either, right? I agree. If he did, he would have went to jail.
But maybe I don't know. There's something I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand that whole situation either. Okay? All right, let's keep going.
Like, what type of shit is there to eat where you could just...
Type of shit is there to eat where you can just you could blow up to 400 pounds? He must be eating Wiener Schnitzel or some shit, I believe is the exact quote from LTG there. So this did not go well for DSP, and I totally forgot to load all of the images into OBS. So I'm going to do them live right now for all of you to see, and it's going to just take me a second because I have them. So we're going to look at some comments that were sent to me via Inked Blessing. Shout out, he's here in the chat. And I believe that these are screenshots from Meerkat Mob, the GOAT. So big ups Meerkat, of course. So this is a comment that was left on the this is from Redface. This is one of Wings' mods here. I'll read it out for you. It says, "No hate, DSP, but you are a massive hypocrite for making this video. You call us enablers, but you yourself donated to Wings stream multiple times. Not to mention, you get angry when people make fun of you in your detractor videos, but yet it's okay and appropriate to treat Wings this way. I thought you were better than this, DSP, and it would be more understanding of what Wings is going through. Go ahead and ban me. I don't care. You really just showed your true colors with this." Now, Redface, obviously a fucking idiot for thinking that DSP was better than this. Obviously, just dumb, stupid, idiot. DSP responds, because of course he did, saying, "Sending Wings a few bucks and wishing him well versus sending him $100 to $500 donos and not helping him to improve are completely different things. You timed me out for 24 hours in his chat because I wanted him on my podcast a second time to help him branch out." Notice he made this about him, of course. And he goes on to say, to help him branch out, make new content, and stop being miserable by grinding it out on Battlefield 6 all day. You're dumping thousands on the guy isn't improving him, it's killing him, and you're just too short-sighted to see it, sadly. Great response, DSP, because obviously going on your fucking schlock cast, your level 1 pre-stream, that was going to be the rebound that Wings of Redemption needed. He was going to hang out with you and talk about his Christmas festivities and what he does for the holidays, and all of a sudden he was going to not overconsume. He was no longer going to be a slothful glutton, and he was going to make all of the positive changes needed. That was very clearly what was going to happen. That's before even addressing the fact that Wings did nothing for Christmas and would have nothing to talk about because he just stayed home and played more Battlefield, I believe. So, great. There was that one. We have, of course, we have more. Don't worry, we have quite a few more. They say, please, DSP, don't do this kind of content anymore. Someone else saying, didn't watch, but did he actually just watch the Red Dale video for 3 hours? Yes, he did. He managed to turn a 20-minute video into 2.5 hours, I believe, which I thought I was bad at pausing all of the time and adding commentary that wasn't necessarily required. But I don't think I've ever turned a 20-minute video into 2.5 hours. That's kind of crazy if you ask me. Bishop Dread told DSP, "You really need a mirror on your desk when making react videos." And I don't have the screenshot of it, but DSP replied. The reply was, "I can see myself in OBS, genius." So clearly, him telling DSP to look in the mirror from all of the things that he's projecting went right over his head. Just didn't get it whatsoever. This person said, "Had to have been the worst stream. Drama stuff is so boring. Also, stretching a 15-minute video into 3 hours? What the fuck?" And I agree. I think that's a proper response. But that's not all. Of course, we have more. There was so many people that did not fuck with this. This person, who's very clearly a troll, they have, I believe, a Pepe as their avatar, and their name is Sean Danklin. A clear tractor reference, come on. Saying, "Hey, boss, this stream gave me cancer." Sorry, gave me the cancer, which is true and understandable. This person saying, JCC saying, "Why bring back drama? I thought you was done with it." That's very clearly a real DSP fan. You could tell by their vernacular. And this individual, Greg at the end, saying, "This is one of the worst streams you've done. Doing something like this regularly would be cancer for your fan base and would die down pretty quick. Hours for a 14-minute video is insanity. It'd be better for everyone involved if you forget LTG and wings." And it looks like it continues, but that's where the screenshot ends. So obviously, this did not go over well. This was not well received. His fans didn't enjoy it. I don't think that the detractors really enjoyed it either. I don't know what the response was on the forums. I didn't look, but I did hear from some detractors that I know that they all hated it. It was miserable. It was one of the most obnoxious pieces of content that DSP has done in a very long time. People are putting it up in his most embarrassing moments of all time because he was so out of touch and hypocritical and projecting so hard that it was like physically cringe-worthy, which I agree with, of course. All of that is true. Thank you, The Do, for the $2 saying not a podcast. My bad. I apologize. I didn't mean to call it a podcast. You know it's a pre-stream. It'll never be anything other than that. And sometimes now it's even a morning show. It's not even a pre-stream anymore. We've changed the name yet again. So after all of that pushback, after everyone hated it unanimously and it sucked, DSP, of course, had to come out with a sick and robust cope that you've never seen coming. He totally didn't rely on the King Snake narrative again. Before we get into that, though, I want to do the recap of the LTG DMs because they will be relevant. And like I said earlier, instead of reading them all off to you, because I don't think that that's necessarily the most entertaining, we actually have LTG reading them for me. So I'm going to pull that up after I shout out ZomG for the 20 knock, saying it was petty and I can't get myself to watch it. It's true. And I don't blame you. That's why you're here for the recap, because it's pretty insufferable, not going to lie.
It started back in 2023. Excuse my voice, I got a bunch of mucus. Regardless of my voice, I'm still going to be and sound more masculine than this Burt Reynolds weirdo. So I'm minding my own business, you know, being low tier guy, because that's what I do. I get a DM from a strange man with a weird mustache that reminds me of Burt Reynolds. Do your research on Burt Reynolds. So he says, "I know you'll probably have no interest whatsoever, but my viewers were asking me if I could reach out to you and request a set in Street Fighter 6. You know, I heard you're pretty much focused on mastering JP. While I've been all over the place making variety content for my viewers, I'd be open to it, but I know you turned down any type of matches with me years ago, and I doubt anything has changed. So if so, I'm here really on whittling, but no big deal if you're not interested at all." Here's another.
I did unfortunately cut out all of the Dale commentary. He was going to steal all of my jokes, of course. I can provide a link to a cut of it if you would like. It is actually very funny. Not that I'm a big LTG fan. Do not get it twisted. But it is comedy. Frying DSP is, you know, anybody can appreciate it.
Now, mind you, you're not seeing any blue yet because I ignored the guy. All right. So I ignored the guy back in June, right? I'm not worried about a Burt Reynolds guy. You know what I mean? I'm in a completely different lane, so on and so forth. So here's another message. Hey, I hope you're doing well. I have purposely stayed away from doing any reacting to documentaries or any videos about you or after our conversation last year because that was, the respectful thing to do after you've asked me to do it. So, I mean, if you ever want to break the internet, let me know. I'd be open to an interview stream, or podcast. Unlike any of these other idiots, we actually have self-respect, and these low-cal fucks have no idea what that means or any.
Love the content as always. New merch.
Thank you for the resub. We actually have self-respect, and these low-cal fucks have no idea what that means or why it makes us so different. So maybe we should capitalize on that and benefit from it, but I completely respect your avoidance of me because of all the internet drama bullshit too. Just throwing the offer out there. Wish you the best.
This is so fucking embarrassing. This guy is sending LTG humongous paragraphs and love letters at 4 in the fucking morning. Genuinely thinking about another man at 4:30 in the morning in this capacity, I think is kind of crazy. First off, being awake at 4:30 in the morning is also kind of wild if you're not getting up for work. But then to be DMing people on social media is another thing entirely. And just the padding in this, just not succinct, not to the point whatsoever, very clearly trying to pussyfoot and placate as nice as possible for little to no reason. If he knew anything about Mr. Dale over here, he knows that this shit is it's not gonna butter him up. This is not gonna do the job, bro.
This is my response to the hope you're well. I said, I'm gonna let you know one thing. Don't you ever in your life talk money to me. You cannot compete with me in any category in life. I promise you. I shit on you in any category, right? In any category you could possibly think of. This desperate attempt to create some beef to clip farm my name is just as pathetic as your whole entire internet presence. And
he's really feeling it though. Reading back his own response, he's putting a lot of bravado oomph behind it.
Demeanor. I shit on you in revenue across the board and have been for years. I do not need your bum ass.
He's got the hand signs going.
Now stay in that miserable slumber NPC. You are literally a bum to me. Now share this to your poverty ass stream weirdo. This is July. All right. So, all I said was stop cloud chasing, bro. If you want to play me in anything, it's going to cost you $5K. This is sad as fuck. Stop mentioning me and upgrade your streams. Godspeed, kept it nice, new age, black, and presentable. I just say, hey, stop cloud chasing, bruh. If you want to play me in anything, it's going to cost $5K on the shit. Stop mentioning me, bruh, and upgrade your streams. On game. I literally did it straight up, new age, black style, because that's what I am.
That's what he is.
Right? So he had bugged me again by saying, hope you're well. Where's that DM? Right, you could go back to one of my older videos on now for context. As soon as I said something about his stream setup, the guy went straight up to Toys R Us and just started grabbing all types of toys, stuffed animals, lights, buckets, all types of electronics just to spice his backyard up, the back of his stream. As soon as I said something about his attire, every goddamn stream was a Hawaiian shirt. I'm like, bro, I didn't say put on Hawaiian shirts. I just said try something a little bit different. The dude started opening up his shirt like Burt Reynolds with chest hair. I'm like, what is going on, bro? When I said dress a little bit better for your stream, I didn't mean go out straight to Marshalls and purchase infinite Hawaiian shirts, nigga. I didn't say Gilligan's Island. I said literally just try a little bit harder. The guy went and just cleaned up Marshall's first rack, size medium, size small.
Now, despite clipping this incorrectly, this is all factual. This is all true. That is what happened.
He's writing me again, guys. I told him Godspeed in 2023. He says good move not responding. I'll leave you alone for now. But seriously, man, man to man, improve your setup. It's embarrassing and it looks like poverty level shit. It's why everyone says you're poor. I didn't even know that they said that. I didn't care about it much. Or how much money you make at all, but you have a dollar store shit behind you when your lighting and webcams suck. So then he says, get a better setup and tell everybody to fuck off and you're good. I legit wish you good luck and the best in the future. I wish you were smart enough to take the free money we could both make together. So he says, it's always late at night when he's contacting me. That's what makes it even worse. These DMs are not 12 p.m. They're not midday. This is at night when men should be either sleeping, enjoying a show, and the guy literally keeps contacting me. So He says, "Hey, LTG, I hope that you're doing well. Actually, I mean that. Like, I don't care about Street Fighter. That's nonsense, and nobody would ever care. But I'd like to do an interview with you on my podcast. No beef, just real talk between two of the most stalked guys on the internet for no reason. I have a lot of eyes on me right now because of the Asmongold interview. So it would definitely get you good attention. And I know you go through the same shit I do. I don't send me some sort of link I didn't click on or more beef. I apologize for being an asshole to you. Let me know what you honestly think. I won't leak the DM." Well, how are you going to leak a DM that I never responded to? You were literally talking to the void. So he hits me up again in December. He says, "Hey, Delon, happy
I'm sorry, my bad.
holiday. Sorry to hear that you got photographed in a wrath by some R when you were just trying to live your life and have a happy, normal day. This has happened to me multiple times. I just wanted to invite..." Well, hold on. When has anybody ever got a picture of DSP? Oh yeah, also 2:27 a.m. When has anybody got a public picture of DSP? He said, "Just wanted to invite you to my Christmas marathon one last time, not hostile at all, but for a friendly combo. It's all day on Tuesday, December 23rd, and I can get you on via Discord. It's looking like I'll have a good variety of guests, and you to be the perfect one on top of the list. So let me know." Like, I feel like the nigga is just Pee Wee Herman.
All right, so there was Dale LTG himself reading all of the DMs that I didn't have to, and he did the perfect DSP stereotypical white man voice. Very much appreciated. Saved by voice from all that talking. I didn't mean to do that. I clicked the wrong button. My bad. Okay, so after all of that is said, that stream, that LTG stream there happened directly after DSP did his big react to Wings and at LTG. So LTG did that. He outed the DMs and all of that nonsense, and he made fun of him and he reacted to it. And this is the following day. This is where we get the cope de la cope, as I'm gonna call it. This is the cream of the crop. It has risen to the top in all of the copes that have ever existed. It's embarrassing. It's pathetic. You know what it is. We're King Snake 2, back at it again. Electric Boogaloo, whatever you want to call it. This is what we're doing again.
Now, there's one other thing that happened this week. It happened yesterday. I actually want to talk about it now because I want to explain a little bit about my methodology and what went on there. All right? So if you didn't see it yet, yesterday I did a stream called DSP Goes Nuclear. What it was I wanted to do something a little different, and it was an experiment, okay? It was something that I wanted to test the waters on and to see how it would work.
It didn't work very well. Everyone hated it and said it sucked.
For the last year, I'd done zero reacting content besides reacting to game trailers and things like that on this very show, but I hadn't been reacting to anything else, and I used to do a react show for 2 years that had various levels of success. Some people were craving the return of that kind of content, okay?
Got to take a big sip. We got to prepare.
So seeing
for
that
the lie
basically,
we're about to tell.
The landscape was rife with demand. Yeah, right. And that there was a unique video that had come out that was this kind of crossover between two detractors of other people. I said, I want to react to this. And so yesterday I reacted to the video that was the detractor.
Which, by the way, like he's gonna say later, sorry for spoilers, he's gonna, because it's relevant now, he's gonna say later that he set this all up in advance, blah blah blah. He was priming people by putting detractor videos in his feed and letting people know that he was watching them or whatever. But him being so in tune with detractor videos that he's watching them as they come out, they're hitting his feed day one, I think just goes against his narrative. Like, he is genuinely, unironically watching detractor videos on Wings of Redemption and LTG outside of this nonsense that he supposedly was planning the whole time. Absolutely, I think I think it tears it apart, to be honest. Thank you, Siru, for the 2, saying no endorsement, but LTG is funny, which does a lot. I agree. Not an LTG supporter whatsoever. Bro says a lot of really weird shit. His behavior is kind of embarrassing as well. But the man, he's definitely got jokes. There's something about another grown man, often dreaming and fantasizing about chasing down his detractors and dominating them or whatever that is so unhinged. It is actually hilarious. and the DSP voice was on. It was true. It was true, and everything he said was true.
Reaction to LTG's reaction to the detractor video about Wings of Redemption. I know that sounds messy because it is, and now it's gotten even worse because now there are people who have reacted to that video, and people have reacted to the reaction to the reaction. So now there's like a 6-7 levels of reacting.
Yo, he said it
now on the internet, which I knew would
the
happen.
Kids are loving this bit.
So there's two things about yesterday's stream. Number one, very much, I wanted to test the waters with this kind of content. I did. I wanted to see what would happen if I just did it out of nowhere. And you might say, well, why didn't you talk about it ahead of time? Because I knew if I talked about it ahead of time, that it would be ruined. The whole idea is to surprise everyone with this, and never saw it coming. No one knew I was going to do that. Shocked a lot of people. And, you know, that's the point. That way people talk about it, people get interested, as opposed to, we already knew about this, not very big deal anymore. Okay. So,
then it would have been clear if that were the case. If you were to announce it and then people don't show up and people aren't interested in it, I think that would be more of an accurate reflection of how his community actually feels about that type of content, rather than making them show up and building it up with hype and then leaving as soon as it starts because they're not interested in that content. I don't really know what sort of information he was trying to garner with this type of deployment method, we'll call it.
In regards to,
it's kind of like if you were to announce a game. This is not a sandwich analogy. It's kind of like if you were to announce a game and just tell people what it was about, and then like you genuinely build like a fan base of people that are excited for the game to come out, rather than just, you know, like telling everybody, oh, the game is coming out, and you have a bunch of people on the edge of their seat, and then you release it. And then you know, the audience goes, oh, all right, I'm out. And then that's the end of it. That's the end of the hype. It just feels like it's more authentic, and you get a better reception the other way. But whatever.
All right.
What do I know? I'm not a business genius like the guy.
And why did I actually do it at the end of the day? Well, how did it go? Well, the views were great on the channel. And what I mean by that is the stream attendance was double my normal stream attendance, outside of the view botting that came and went because people just tend to be stupid when I do something like this. But it went away, and then I saw, okay, we have over 400 consistent viewers. That's good. The kick viewership as well was double what it normally would be. The engagement was insanely sky high, meaning there was ridiculous amounts of people who were talking during the stream, but it was a lot of trolling. In fact, I would argue it was mostly trolling. What's funny is that, yes,
it's almost like his real audience isn't interested in that content and only the trolls are. Isn't it weird how that works out?
Yesterday, everyone in the Kick chat was saying how much they hated it. This is awful content. This morning, everyone comes in and is talking about it.
Uh-huh.
But I thought you hated it. I thought it was the worst content ever. I thought you never wanted to see me make that content. Then why can't you stop talking about it today?
You guys hated 9/11. Why do you keep bringing it up? Why do you keep saying never forget it if you hated it so much and you don't want it to happen again? It seems like maybe that's not true then, huh? Weird, right? This is so fucking stupid, bro. That's not how this shit works. Yes, people are talking about how you are the scummiest, lowest piece of shit and how they couldn't imagine you sinking any lower. And you're surprised they're talking about it the next day.
Funny how that works, right? Amongst my actual longtime viewers and fans, it was also a mixed reaction. Many of my viewers don't want drama, and I understand that. We've been through drama many times over the years. We even went through a whole arc of it right there for a little bit. What was it, like 6 months of it? And I know that most of the people who are my longtime viewers, supporters, and fans today just want to see me do gameplay, period. They don't want drama. They don't want nonsense. They just want to hang out and enjoy each other's company and play games and relax and chill.
So he knew all of this and then still tried to pull this off. He still tried to shoehorn in this type of content. He actively canceled the gameplay stream that he knows his audience would rather see and tried to do that bit anyway. Doesn't that just seem disrespectful? Doesn't that just seem like he's wasting his audience's time and betraying their trust in this manner? Not that it's that fucking deep, of course, but like, you get what I'm saying. He knew all of this and still went against what they wanted, despite them being the people that have paid his bills for how long? Just
so
shitty.
I get that. Some people thought it was interesting They actually thought that maybe it was a little different. They thought that maybe that's something that I could delve into every once in a while. To be honest, I haven't heard many people dispute the things I said in that stream. In fact, almost no one has. If anything,
of course,
what people are basically saying is, nah, Phil did speak truth there.
Why does he keep saying speak truth? Why might as well say spit facts? Why can't we say tell the truth? What he parsed some knowledge. Like, it was just weird alien talk, bro.
But it's just that it's Phil. So because Phil, give him shit.
Also, yes, people did shit on him or I guess they corrected him. Many of people corrected him on his food prep thing. I didn't show that bit, but he tried to say that LTG was sad and an idiot and can't cook because he does meal prep, because he was under the assumption that meal prep meant that you had like Hello Fresh or Blue Ribbon or whatever those subscription boxes are that like portion the meals out for you and give you a recipe. He doesn't understand that people that actually like care about their bodies or like have regimens that they stick to for fitness purposes, that they prepare meals in advance for the week. He didn't understand that. I guess that goes to show you how much he knows about fitness and nutrition. Never heard meal prep before.
Don't take him seriously. Can't give him the W on this one. Got to give him an L somehow. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always like that. We're always a hypocrite, except, I'm a hypocrite if you believe everything that you're told by my detractors and don't actually watch my content.
No.
If you watch the content, you realize I'm not a hypocrite. It's just that they say I am because that's how they make money.
Absolutely a hypocrite. Like I said several times throughout that Wings bit, if you were to play that to me out of context, just the audio, I would have thought that he was talking what the detractors say about him, because it's all true. It's all factual.
But anyway, overall, it was a mixed reaction, but it wasn't an overwhelmingly negative one. So what that tells me is that I definitely am not going to be doing this kind of content frequently. There's no reason to. I'm good playing games, chilling, running podcasts, and having a good time with my audience.
Oh, yeah. Makey Fish. Wait, no, that's the wrong person. It was Sam Reynolds saying another DSP take that only poor people go to the gym. That's another great DSP take. Never mind you that an Equinox gym membership is like $500 a month or something insane, and that there's tons of rich celebrities that go to rich celebrity gyms like Equinox or whatever the other ones are. Never mind all of that. If you're rich and you actually are affluent in any way, you only have a home gym and there's no other reason to go to an actual gym in your entire life. If you do, you're very clearly poor, because the social interaction or specialty equipment that they have is completely not relevant to your fitness nor your exercise. You can get fucked.
But if ever there's a reason to, you know what I'm saying? If ever there's a reason to bring back this kind of content, there's a good reason, something's going down, I need to interject myself into a situation or give my opinion on something, I can do it. But I can tell you right now, I have to do it in a way that it doesn't get ruined. So it might be a surprise. You know what I'm saying? So I think it was a successful experiment. Now, you heard what I just said. It was a successful experiment. Okay?
I've never heard someone use the word experiment this much in my entire life. Like even in like science classes, we're talking to people that have degrees in multiple fields of science. They don't say experiment as much as the guy does in Revolving this past week. They don't do it.
But it means something
and it sounds
else
oddly
than
sexual.
Just an experiment at
me.
face level as a piece of content. Because yesterday, folks, was also a different kind of experiment. So everyone out there who's restreaming this, everyone who's clipping this, get ready. Because this is actually what you wanted to know all along yesterday. And I saved this little tidbit of information.
Doll Wilds has got a point. He was experimenting with men. This is actual and factual. This is true. Any way you want to cut the mustard on this one, he was experimenting with men.
Until right now.
He's gay.
Okay? Yesterday's little experiment was conducted for one really sole reason. I wanted to see if I did something, if I would basically get the reaction that I expected.
Well, it depends on what you expected.
And so I put the little things in place for the last month and a half to get this to happen and go down the way that it did. I sent DMs to LTG that were completely disingenuous DMs. No.
Were they? Were those disingenuous? It seemed like you were begging to get him on your stream. Is it... For this to be true, he would be implying that if LTG were to actually respond and have been like, you know what, DSP, fuck it, I'll show up on your poverty-ass Christmas stream with your other meth head friends and your pill poppers. Sure, I'll do it. DSP's implying that he wouldn't have accepted that invitation, or that he wouldn't have accepted him coming on the stream. He'd have been like, JK, fuck yourself. I don't actually care about you, LOL. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true whatsoever. I think that he went out of his way to even pump himself up and pitch his stupid fucking Asmongold bump to try and get LTG on the goddamn stream. What are we doing? We're pretending that we were lying? That's embarrassing. You're fucking dumb, bro.
Knowing
Anyway,
well that eventually he would leak them, as he's leaked every single DM I've ever sent him. I kept saying no drama, no drama, no drama, no drama to build up the fact that people would say, oh, there's no drama. And then if I did this, that people would react.
Okay, so I intentionally lied to all of my audience, and then I guess he was delightfully surprised that people then pointed out that he lied to his audience. A great experiment, King. That fucking genius play there, I guess.
I was purposefully watching some detractor content from these guys. You were seeing when I was watching videos on my streams and the related, there was like detractor videos, you know, from Lumix and other, you know, LTG detractors. Like all this stuff was already laid out, the groundwork.
He was unironically watching those videos. He couldn't have stopped that from happening unless he switched accounts, which he's too fucking lazy to do. So anytime that he watched any sort of YouTube videos on his browser, that shit was going to show up regardless of a plan. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is all cope. This shit does not align. Even the things that you could say were true and actually worked out that way, I think are purely happenstance because he was just too lazy to change fucking accounts. And that's about the only one that makes any sort of sense. Thank you to you know who. I actually don't. For the 5, saying, I wanted to see if being an asshole would get people to call me an asshole. Isn't exactly a 4D chess move. I agree. I agree. Valraven with the 5, saying, stop. Okay. I've ruined my gutter trash reputation even more by portraying myself as even more of an untrustworthy liar. I'm winning and so happy, guys. Yeah, I mean, this is really the equivalent of being like, guys, I know how to play the fucking police department so bad. I'm gonna murder this guy, and then when they all come and search after me, I'm gonna be like, oh, I played you all. I'm the puppet master. I murdered a guy, and you said, where's the suspect? Ack. Like, what are you talking about, bro? This is so stupid. You don't even have to wonder. He didn't have to wonder about any of this. If DSP plays games bad, people won't shut up about it for the entire week. Hence why I talked about Hightail for an extended period today. He didn't have to do anything out of the ordinary to get people to talk to him. This entire experiment was a waste of time and just made him look more retarded.
All I needed to do was pull the trigger on a day when I felt like this is a day that this would work. And so really the opportunity presented itself when this video came out. I was like, oh, an actual crossover video between 2 detractors. That's interesting. Let me now use this as my opportunity to conduct my experiment. Okay? And so I ran my hypothesis. I laid out the experiment. Ladies and gentlemen, the experiment was a smashing success. Well, what was the experiment? The experiment was that if I tried to actually get a reaction from the internet, that the internet would actually bite.
Yeah. You didn't have to wonder when you act retarded on the internet, people call you retarded. It's pretty self-explanatory, actually. I don't think it's that complicated whatsoever. There was no wondering involved.
And the answer is yes, absolutely, 100%. So much nonsense on the internet is surrounding me. As I keep telling you guys, I am the center of this vortex. That all I want to do is sit here and play games and chill and have fun. But the internet just waits. They're sitting there outside of the vortex, salivating. Ooh, when's Phil going to say or do something that we can jump on?
But that's not even true. First off, they're not waiting for shit because they make fun of you playing video games on a regular basis. Second of all, you very clearly don't just want to play games and have fun because you made an ignorant detractor style video fucking react. And then supposedly we're secretly DMing fucking LTG disingenuously to try and, I guess, own him in some weird way.
And so I said, I will give them something. And you might say, that sounds very narcissistic. Well, it is. But the point is, what I say is true. You might say, well, gee, Phil's so full.
Oh, okay. Wait, so we're just going to glance right by that then, too. You're going to say that I'm being a dumb piece of shit asshole narcissist who takes advantage of people and you know, has nothing but ill will towards everyone. Well, that's true. But what I say about other people is also true. Not a good look, bro. That's not a W. You look fucking insane right now. And this is very clearly cope anyway. So your cope makes you look bad, and your loss makes you look bad. What are we doing here, Bappa?
Of himself, he thinks that if he does anything, that everyone's going to react to it. Well, they do. I actually am the center of this focus of attention for some bizarre reason. I don't know why. I don't think I'm interesting at all. Being honest with you, I don't think I'm interesting. I think I'm just a normal dude who just wants to play games and hang out with you guys. I don't know where all of this comes from. I never did. I think it's insane that a crazy amount of people hyper-fixate and focus on me to get attention and content, okay? And so I said...
Once again, I think it says more about DSP that he doesn't understand why people hate him the way that he does than it says about anybody that hates him. The fact that he has no introspection and can't see these shortcomings in himself is...
What a grand
it's just a failure of character. It's a bad personality. He's mentally deficient. Thank you, Tariq Ibn Zayad. That's what I'm going with. For the 21 months, saying big ups for the sequel nobody asked for, and it's as smelly as the first one. Hashtag King Snake Part 2. Yeah, I really can't believe this one. This one came out of nowhere, you know? Like you said, nobody asked for it. Nobody could have seen it coming because the first one was so stupid. You'd have to be an insane person to try it again. And here we are.
You know what? I bet if I reacted to other content creators, if I reacted to detractor content, I bet I could get not just my community, but all these other communities would be involved. And it would be this big thing. But let's see what happens, because it could just be a whole nothing and maybe it wouldn't work. It worked. Folks, all the detractors of all of us are making content. All the fans are making content. Everyone.
There's no fans. There is zero DSP fans making content. I don't know that there's any LTG fans that make content. I don't know that there's any Wings fans that make content. The only people that make content off of this type of drama, that type of stream, are going to be detractors. So we're lying here too.
Everyone's talking about what just happened yesterday. I can't believe DSP made this content. What do you think? Well, you know, it's kind of hypocritical because he says he doesn't want to be about drama, and now he made a drama video. But you know, the stuff he said in the video is pretty true.
It's
yeah,
not.
But he's an asshole about it. He's a dick and blah, blah, blah. Exactly what I planned. Like literally every single thing that I thought would happen happened. We had LTG immediately exploding.
Yo, in his fucking eyes several times throughout this bit, he has crazy eyes. Like, people need to start believing when you see a person with crazy eyes, they're a crazy individual. You can tell. If you don't have that gut instinct, get one quick, because you can tell.
On Twitter, going on his stream, doing a giant rant about me, dropping the DMs, which were fucking fake DMs that I purposely sent him so he would drop the DMs. I mean, he literally is the most predictable motherfucker on the planet. He's such a simpleton with a simpleton's brain. You can know exactly how he'll react to any situation because he doesn't have, like, intelligent thought or self-awareness. He just acts exactly like you want him to in every situation. And then on the Wings of Redemption...
LTG made fucking content. Like, what did... So we were wondering if the guy who routinely talks shit about other people and calls them ugly and says they look like a Burt Reynolds ice warden and it has previously talked shit on you specifically in the past. We were wondering if you talked shit about him, that he would leak the gay little DMs you sent him that he's already leaked in the past. Why? How is this? Like, how were we wondering this? How was this ever a question? I just really don't understand. Like, if you were doing a science experiment and you were asking all of the most obvious questions ever, you would just not get funding for it, you know? It would be, everybody would be like, this is a waste of time, which it was. This whole thing was a waste of time. But, of course, here we are, eating so good. I thank you, Wesley, for the 5. I appreciate it. Saying this whole thing is just to get people to talk about him. This is sad. And what happens when you don't have real human connection for too long? I agree. He has to stay relevant somehow. And him trying to do, a React style detractor instance, we'll call it. I struggled to call it detractor content because it really wasn't even. It wasn't on the level, you know? It was very level 1. When it wasn't successful, we have to pivot, we have to cope. It was our master plan. We're always a step ahead. Those are those crazy eyes I was talking about, by the way. We're always the puppet master. He's iDubbbz maxing. I seen it a minute ago. That's literally what iDubbbz was on about when he got felted by Sam Hyde and his eternal downfall never stopped. I'm usually the puppet master. That's embarrassing, bro. The fact that you even think like that is despicable. But DSP has that gouty pig roach luck that never fails.
Inside, exactly as I knew would happen, his little friend circle of players ran to him to tattle. Did you hear what DSP did today? He said these things about you on the stream. We told you he's a dick. We told you. You see what we mean? All of it came exactly into existence as I had planned.
Great.
100%. Not even a misstep. It all fired on every cylinder. All the Wings detractors made videos. The LTG detractors are making videos. X blew up. It all happened because I said so.
And everybody else has a negative opinion more than they did about you now. Well, I guess that I fucked that all up. But you know what I'm saying. Everybody walked away with the worst opinion of DSP. Guys, I was wondering if I betrayed my wife's trust if she would leave me. So then I went and had an affair, and then she left me, and now we're divorced. Everything went according to plan because I said so. I put it into motion. Like, that's not a good thing, dude. You look fucking insane.
It's pretty scary, don't you think? Pretty scary to know that I played everyone, and I just set this entire thing up for a reason.
I'm terrified. I'm
so
quaking.
Allow me to end it like this, all right?
Rocket jumping right now.
All you people out there who follow this drama content,
That's
and this
you guys.
is all you do, like all you do is you follow people, you hound them, you make content about them, you watch the drama content that others make about people, all right? You're wasting your life, but I can't stop you from wasting your life, but I just want you to understand something. It's a simpleton's game. It can easily be played, it can easily be milked, it can easily be used for gain, for pain, for whatever. Because the people involved in this are not the smartest people on the planet. They're the dumbest. All right? At any moment, I could go into drama and I could easily manipulate the entire community for my own purposes.
What's so funny about that, though, is it's easily manipulated. Yeah, I guess he's right. Drama content can be faked. It can be manipulated and scripted. But very often, and this is very evident in LOLcow Live, is the second that people get a whiff that things are fake and scripted, they don't enjoy it. When the train wrecks and lolcows that they watch are going out of their way to intentionally drum up drama and be inauthentic, a lot of the people that enjoy that kind of content go elsewhere. And I guess, yeah, you do get the lowest common denominator retarded people watching still, but it's just not a good thing. This is not what you want to do. You don't want to be. The only thing keeping DSP relevant is his lolcow status and his ability to be authentically sad and pathetic. If he loses that, if he is genuinely drumming up drama content and he isn't authentically stupid and is actually just playing a character, people are uninterested and he loses all of his relevance because people are not going to stick around for the gameplay. This is not a good idea. And in the future, as many people have said in the chat, in the future, when DSP goes on to try and interact with any other content creator, this is just one more reason, one more notch in the belt for why you shouldn't be working with DSP. He can't be trusted. You never know when some harebrained scheme that he gets at 5 a.m. while he's dreaming about LTG's BBC. You never know when those fucking harebrained schemes are going to come into fruition, and now you're getting thrown under the bus. You're the person that was masterfully manipulated and Your information is being sent out to the detractors and a part of his grand plan. You never know. So why the fuck would you even bother with the guy? You're just going to cast him aside to where he belongs. And then he's going to cry about it and blame the detractors. It's so lame, bro. Thank you, Bossa Nova, for the 5, saying punch yourself in face. Did you see that punch? I'm dangerous, unpredictable. Don't make me use this power. Yeah, exactly. You never know when he's going to self-destruct, you guys. Watch out. NWO News with the 2 saying it was my plan to drive all of the Aspen viewers away. Yeah, it was a part of this long game he's been playing, and everyone fell for it. He scared away all of the normies that gave him a bunch of money so that he could do this nonsensical bullshit. I agree. It's all making sense now. Thank you, Washed Frank, for the 5, saying DSP's actions are a beautiful combination of fragile ego, isolation, and narcissism. It's really the perfect storm for a lolcow. That's why he's one of the best. I used best in a very negative and derogatory way, of course. Being the best lolcow is the huge insult, of course. And VXXD with the 2 saying maybe he too is on page 5. Yikes. All I gotta say to that, I'm gonna hit you with the DSP yikes.
Or I could just ignore drama forever and stay out of it and also be successful. I can do whatever I want because someone who actually is smart and has talent can do whatever they want. And again, you could say, well, that's narcissistic. Well, guess what? It's fact. It doesn't matter if it's narcissistic or not. If it's true, I performed the experiment. It 100% worked. I proved my point. Now I'm going to go back to doing what I love. But just know that at any moment, I can manipulate all of these simpleton idiots to do exactly what I want and how I planned it.
And you make them a bunch of content and everybody points and laughs and then they make a bunch of money and you receive none of it and get nothing but negative attention. Just failed to see how this is a win. Like, I'm racking my brain, I'm trying my hardest, but no amount of platinum mental gymnastics that I'm trying. And buddy, I can do some mental gymnastics, don't get me wrong. No amount of mental gymnastics is getting me to the finish line. It's just not happening. I don't understand. Maybe I'm just lost in the sauce.
All right. So thanks for watching that garbage content. I really hope you enjoyed it, but I'm not going to be making that kind of content regularly at all.
So thanks for watching the garbage content. I won't be making it regularly. So he will be intentionally making garbage content on a semi-regular basis or an infrequent basis. He's going to intentionally put his effort into content that his audience doesn't like and he objectively thinks is terrible garbage and detriment to society, he's called it in the past, bottom of the barrel, toxic, it hurts people, they're misery merchants, it's blood money, all of that he said in the past. He thinks all of that and is still going to go out of his way to make it anyway, despite his actual fans, the ones who pay him money, saying that that's not what they want. I just can't think of a more unlikable and easily hated entertainer in my entire existence. Anybody that you could hate as an entertainer is somehow more enjoyable than DSP. It's insane the way that he goes out of his way to fight so viciously for that top spot.
I'm going to move forward and do positive stuff like I intend. And I hope that you understand that. And for my fans who were freaking out and saying, oh no, why is he doing this? I'm not doing it. Don't worry. That's never my intention. It never was. But I wanted to prove a point. I've proven that point. It's very simple. I am the puppet master, and everyone out there in the drama communities are my puppets. At any moment, I can snap, and I can make you jump. I can make you flick. I can make you do a backflip. I can make you say what I want you to say. I can make you do exactly what I want because I know how you think. You're not smart. You're stupid.
I guess DSP wanted to make us all laugh. I guess that was his grand scheme was to make us all have a very funny week and a very funny weekend. Thanks, DSP. Very thoughtful of you.
Very easy to manipulate. You're very gullible. Every person who's into this garbage drama, you need a life.
Goddamn.
I can't make you get a life. I've tried to convince you for years to get one. So now, if ever I feel like I need to, I'm going to use it for my own personal gain, and you're going to like it.
And you're gonna like it. I really don't like and you're gonna like it. It feels very unconsensual. It feels like a violation and just bad optics, if you ask me. Not that optics are all that important, but when you're the guy and people hate you as much as they do, you'd think you'd try a little harder. I thank you, Mickey Thor, for the 5, saying impromptu experiment brought on by a new video, or was it a 3-month new snaking? He said both. Well, I mean, that's for him to know and you to never. Maybe you can find out one day if you just think about it hard enough. Never forget. I guess that's all I can really tell you. It doesn't make sense. I appreciate the 5, but I can't give you a proper answer.
And that's all I have to say about that. Actually, Koroxy Jr., no, you didn't miss a lot over the past couple of days. It was one stream. Literally one stream of nonsense. And I got it out of my system, and I tested the waters, and I'm like, okay, it worked. And now I'm like, all right, back to normal. And we're all back to normal around here. We're not going to have... any kind of nonsense. All right. So, hold on one second, because here we go. We got to ban a bunch of people, of course. Here we go.
Yeah. Gotta ban all of the dissenting opinions. This shit went over so poorly that he actively finished the segment. He finished his monologue that he was practicing in the mirror, and he just immediately started culling the crowd. Anybody booing at this retarded speech, pull him out, send him to the chambers, buddy. They gotta go. We can't have these dissenters around
bunch
here.
Of trolls. Because I started speaking truth. Here they all come.
I'm speaking truth. Yo, Cat must say speaking truth or something.
The chat with nonsense.
Wherever he got that from, I'm sending it to Ban World.
Idiot.
First class ticket to the camp, buddy.
Go.
Ban camp, obviously.
All right. You're right. Yes. Pringles fan says you kicked off an orgiastic symphony of detraction. You're right. That's exactly what happened.
Or what the
This giant circle of detractors just exploded because I made that stream.
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? This guy's talking about orgiastic something or other and then talking about his detractors exploding. What?
It's just hilarious how easy it is to control all these people. Okay. All right. I'm still taking care because sadly we didn't have any moderators here.
Oh damn!
And,
nobody likes DSP enough to mod
control accounts. There we go.
It's almost like he's an unlikable piece of shit or something.
Okay, I think I got rid of them all. I mean, there was like 10 of these accounts from like the same person too. I didn't even check on the kick side. All right, everyone, give me 1 second.
Well, we were banning all the YouTube people. That's where the getting is good. That's where the people like him at. And there was dissenting opinions over there that bad. We didn't even check the actual deplorables.
I think I may have forgotten to open my window because it feels pretty hot. Hold on.
Oh. It's all hot and sweaty after delivering that fucking monologue, buddy.
Chim Char did a $5 super chat and says, your fans wanted Arc Raiders gameplay. Why was it more important to give detractors content yesterday than do Arc Raiders? Because you're lying. You didn't want Arc Raiders gameplay. If you did, you would have been there for Arc Raiders on Tuesday when everyone complained I already did too much Arc Raiders in too short of a time, and to stretch it out more, it was getting boring.
Yo, maybe Jade wanted Arc Raiders. You know, Jade did not like that detractor stream. He left. He literally said, I no like this, and left. Do we not think about Jade? I think DSP needs to spend more time using Jade as a barometer, in all honesty. I think he is the level at which DSP should judge his content, if I'm being frank with you. Shout out Frank, of course.
You're a liar. You're not even a regular. No one believes you. So thanks for $5, but no, you're full of crap. In addition, I already had announced overnight there was no Arc Raiders, so no one should have been attending that stream expecting Arc Raiders when I had already canceled it way in advance. Okay.
What about all of the infinite rotating people or audience that he has for all of the different varieties of games that only tune into his streams when he's playing the games that they want? So maybe they missed the schedule segment. Maybe they didn't see the update and they were just like, oh, cool, DSP's playing that game I like on fucking Thursday. And then he didn't do it. And then they showed up and were like, well, this fucking sucks. I'm leaving. What about those people, DSP? Do we not care about those people either? I thought that was the bread and butter of the channel, the variety style. Fuck them, I guess. Jade, get the fuck out of here. That fake audience that doesn't actually exist, get the fuck out of here. You guys suck.
And then Chimchar did a $5 super chat. He says, what do you mean you're not doing it? You did it. You literally did it.
Goddamn.
Instead of Arc Raiders, you're not making sense right now. What are you talking about?
It's true. That's
No
factual.
idea. Thanks for $5. I'm just not going to read his messages anymore.
Thank you,
He's
Stephen
deranged.
Hawking, for the 2, saying, WWJD, what would Jade do aside from eating crayons? That's what I'm saying. We should get DSP one of those like wristbands. Don't give DSP anything, of course. But he does need a constant reminder. Yes. WWJD indeed.
Okay.
Real. Factual. You're speaking truth.
Yes. Actually, yes. So Frank Reynolds did a $5 super chat and says, so your point is when you act like an unhinged, narcissistic, obsessed lunatic, people will call you an unhinged, narcissistic, obsessed lunatic?
Yes.
My point is that whenever I do anything, everyone jumps. If I snap my finger...
Not actually addressing it whatsoever. We're going right back to the cope. He doesn't even see what that person was talking about. How funny. Thank you, Pat Noticer, for the 5, saying there are people working 2 jobs who donate to DSP, and then he treats them like this. Absolutely. There's people who literally fucking went homeless giving DSP money, living in a fucking van down by the river, unironically. And this is how DSP has always treated his audience. They got treated like this even when that person was around. So wasn't it fucking 1 Minute Man was giving away like the money that he received from his wife literally dying or some shit? Cuckwell was giving his money to DSP to do ATS streams while actively getting fucking dialysis for his cancer or something. Like, these are the type of people, they're in dire straits, if you ask me. That's not any position I would want to find myself in. They're giving money to DSP and being shit all over and completely disrespected.
People report it. All right. And so I have an impact, a ripple effect across the internet for absolutely no reason. And I can even eclipse and include other people in it, whether it's Wings, whether it's LTG or many others. It's just crazy how you act. Not me, because I'm just here to chill and have a good time with games. What's crazy is your behavior. The fact that you react like this to everything that I do. If I pick my nose, it's a video. If I, scratch my ear, did you see he scratched his ear and he wiped it on his shirt? That's a video. That's insanity. That's not normal behavior. You're a weirdo. That's
you
the point
already
I'm making,
knew this.
is that just because I make content or I say something in a video doesn't mean that it's so important, but you are so desperate for drama and content and views.
Okay, you guys were giving me shit for saying dialysis for cancer. Dialysis is a treatment used to remove excess fluid, waste products, and toxins from the blood when the kidneys are no longer performing their functions due to kidney failure. So I was wrong. If the dialysis thing is true, that is what I heard, but it is not for cancer. Apparently it's for kidney failure, which arguably I don't think is much fucking better. So yeah, sure, I was wrong, but I wasn't that goddamn wrong. Come on now.
You have to report it like an idiot.
Kidneys felt it
no
as
one
wild.
Cares except you and your weirdo obsessed community. That's the point I'm making. And I can now manipulate it however I want, whenever I want, because I'm smarter than you. That's the point I was making.
There you go. Frank Reynolds, you're felted.
Pepe is here. Although he wants me to admit I fucked up. No, it was all calculated. It's not a mistake when you get exactly the response that you were expecting. Ridiculous. Well, Stormforce Gamer, here's the thing. He says, is it worth it if you upset your longtime real fans? But that's the point I'm making. I'm not doing that because I'm not making that content.
Regularly.
It was an experiment. It worked. Now I know exactly what I can do in the future if I need.
I'm not making that content. I just made it yesterday. And also I said that I'm not doing it regularly, but if the opportunity ever arises again and I want to, then I will. So you're going to make the content again. You're just fucking lying now. Very cool, dude.
But I don't want to have to use it.
I love
it's kind of like that big red button you have on your desk. Oh, here it goes. Don't make me hit it. Don't make me do it. You see what happens when I do it? All I want to do is play games and have fun. Leave me alone. Or I'll hit that fucking button over here. You see? In truth, no one's upset because here's when you would be upset. If I said, I'm doing that all the time now. This is exactly the content I want to put out because look, I got double views. I made money. Everyone talked about me. That would truly be narcissism. That's what actual narcissism is seeking out that level of attention just for the sake that you love attention for yourself. I don't. I actually just want to be left alone and play games with my chill audience. And that's what I intend to do. But the only way you know what's really going to happen is unless you test it. So,
do you guys remember You guys remember when who the fuck did he work with or collab with, and it was super negative and there was a toxic element, and then he went on to try and work with somebody else and he asked his audience and they were like, no, don't do that, we don't know. Oh, it was after the Side Scrollers interviews, what the fuck it was. He was talking about doing some sort of interview with somebody else or collabing with somebody, and he asked his audience and they said no, because the last time you did that, you brought around a bunch of negativity, a bunch of toxicity that we have to deal with in the chat. And then his cope for the remainder of the following years was, I can't do anything because it brings a negative element to my chat, and then they have to deal with that. That has gone completely out the window in this aspect. DSP has completely forgotten that this is something that happened and some sort of weird gay moral he was standing on previously, and as he could completely cast that aside. He does not care about that anymore. Now he's willing to bring all of this negative attention, all of this toxicity, all these hateful people into his chat whenever he feels fit, and press that red button or whatever, simply to troll the trolls or something, I guess. Very cool, dude. Very cool. Oh yeah, it was the clumming. It was the great clummening when he was going to deal with Mike Klum. You guys are right. That's when he decided he wasn't going to do his final swan song interview or whatever he was pitching. I think you Waffle Bunny for the 5, saying insanity is not giving your wife a honeymoon after two big times of positivity. Well, no, dude, we had to buy 2 PCs and new soundproofing foam and a Roland Bridge cast and another pair of headphones and 4 additional microphones and more lighting and a headphone stand and a desk and 2 monitors and 5 keyboards and 10 arm and 10 wrist rests. This is going down the list here. We had to buy an additional camera, and we had to buy a selfie stick and some fucking lapel microphones. What else the fuck did we buy? I think that's all I can remember. Anyway, no, we had to buy all of that. The honeymoon is completely irrelevant, and she didn't deserve it, obviously. But
you have it. We saw it. It's all there in black and white. It's been proven, and now we move on. So you don't have to worry. If you're a fan of mine and you like gaming and you're here to chill, you're in the right place. Like I said, it really was just a one-off thing. And now I know that if I need to, I can use it, but I'm probably not hoping to never have to. Okay? So no worries there. Here we go. Red Eyes did a $5 super chat. He says, the second you start streaming, losers will cry to PPP. And the reaction channels, and they'll say, look, DSP's on, and you're not even doing anything. I know. It's insane, isn't it? It's absolutely insane. It's definitely not warranted. It's a bunch of crazy people acting crazy, but now I know how to manipulate them. So there you have it.
There you have it. Now I know how to manipulate them. If I just act retarded, I can get them to call me retarded. This is new information. You guys have never thought about this before. There you have it. A master class in deception and trickery and puppeteering. Obviously, if you want to know great grand war strategies like this, you have to keep tuning into the DSP stream, which is not on today, so I can't send you there, or I definitely totally would, obviously. And with that, we're done for the day. Very long stream, just over 4 hours. I really appreciate everybody who was here the whole time, even the people who just got here. I seen some of you just pull up. I appreciate your rewatch or your rewind or whatever you want to call it. Thank you all for your time. I have not heard from that old man, but I'm pretty sure that I also have to work tomorrow for snow very early, and Monday very early for snow and all of that. So probably not a great week anyway. Maybe one day Mother Nature will smile upon me again and I will not have to work snow. But until then, who knows? Thank you all for your time. Please have a very safe and blessed rest of your weekend.